I think this works better.
Okay. First of all, can everybody hear me? Just testing. Give me a thumbs up. Okay, thank you. All right. Good evening and welcome to the Asheville City Council meeting. I'm reading from a script here to make sure we get everything right in terms of the virtual presentation for this evening. So I'm going to begin the evening by banging my gavel here. Good evening, I'm Mayor Manhammer, and I'd like to welcome you to the May 26th City Council meeting. All council members and staff are participating virtually. We appreciate your patience as we work through holding these council meetings a bit differently. And let me just say, we've had some glitches this evening. We're having a little bit of trouble managing the phone line, both the recorded messages and the live messages. That is the reason for the delay in starting the meeting this evening. Please bear with us and have patience while we work through. To help our audience follow along, I will state each section of the allowed live on our virtual engagement hub, which is accessible through the virtual engagement hub link on the page of the city website. Have an option for the public to listen by phone by dialing 855-922-2801 and entering the code 89. Again, that number is 855-225-2801 and the code is 895. We are also broadcasting cable channel 193 and on Uverse channel 99. Those of you out there today with us, welcome. For tonight's meeting, we have also added the option for people to call in and comment live during the meeting. To call in and comment live, use the same number, 855-925-2801 and the meeting code 8958. Your phone will be muted and you will hear the meeting live. At this point, callers will hear. For more options, please press star. We'll allow callers to continue to listen live. As a message, queue. Callers should only join the speaker queue during the time on the agenda when your item that you want to speak on is reached. The speaker queue will alternate with voice messages left before tonight's meeting. So we'll alternate between live speakers and pre-recorded speakers who left messages earlier. If you're watching the vision or the live stream listening to the meeting, please be sure to turn down the volume on your computer. Please also be aware there is a broadcast delay seconds. The television has the least delay, about a 4. I'll go through all participating virtually. Make sure microphone speaking, and here I'm speaking to council members and staff who are on this, who are on the meeting virtually. When you would like to speak, unmute your microphone. Please remember to mute your microphone after speaking. So council and staff, as I call your name, please say a quick hello. Vice Mayor Whistler.
Good evening.
Councilman Haynes.
Hello.
Councilman.
Hello.
Councilwoman Mayfield.
Good evening, everyone.
Councilwoman Smith.
Hello.
Hello.
City Manager Deborah Campbell.
Good evening.
Deborah looks frozen. I'm not sure, or if she's muted. City Manager Deborah Campbell.
Good evening.
City Attorney Brad Branham.
Good evening, everyone.
And City Clerk Maggie Burley.
Hello.
Okay. I think we have a little bit of a delay in some of the back and forth, but we'll try our best to go on. Gwen, I saw you had a comment about, am I sounding choppy to you? Yes, I am sounding choppy. Okay,
And
Gwen, can you?
This is Gwen. I'm missing a few words.
Yes. Gwen, can you take over and lead the,
Lead the what? I can't hear you. Pledge of Allegiance?
the pledge of me and begin the consent agenda, and I will bounce off and try to get back on clearly.
Okay.
I know you
Can
don't
I
have a
say
flag.
something?
Pretend mute yourself.
I am unmuted.
Yes,
Esther, you had mentioned earlier
Brian?
that you were going to address the hundreds of hours of public comment that were made and what was going to happen with those recordings.
Yes, I was going to mention that when we got to the budget portion of the agenda. Can you guys hear me?
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. All right, Gwen, take it away, and I will get off and try to get back on here.
Okay, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. So let's stand and look at Esther's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisibly, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, so everyone got a copy of the consent agenda. Does anyone have any questions or comments on the consent agenda? This is for Julie. Unmute yourself, please.
Yep. So Esther was going to make this clarification, but since she's not here, I will do it. This is agenda item L, the resolution accepting an offer for sale of air rights over Wall Street. The staff memo on that says that it is for a residence, but it is in fact for office space. My understanding is for the owners of Chai Pani, who have an office over their restaurant. So just want to make that clear.
Maggie, can you get the staff report adjusted for the final minutes?
Of course, sure.
Thank you. Does any other council members have any questions or comments on the consent agenda?
I do not. This is Councilman Kapoor. I move to adopt.
Thank you. May I get a second?
This is Councilman Young. I'll second.
Thank you. So Maggie, do we have any public comment on the consent agenda? You're muted, Maggie.
Vice Mayor, we have 4 recorded messages that were left on the consent agenda, and due to our technical difficulties, we're going to be able to read those as opposed to playing the audio files. So we'll start reading those messages that were left now.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Rachel Armstrong. I'm a resident of Asheville, and I'm commenting on the consent agenda item A, as well as the public hearing item B. I'm calling to urge the city to use the full amount of the Community Development Block Grant funds for rental assistance programs, where I think the City Council needs to adjust the budget to investing, please, in Black communities. 50% of the APD's budget should be invested in long-term safety strategies, including supporting Black startup businesses, eliminating the racial opportunity gap, Asheville City Schools, and funding an all-civilian oversight committee with the power to hold the APD and individual officers accountable. Thank you so much for your time, and have a good day. Next message. Hi, my name is Casey Ernst. I live in Swannanoa, and I'm commenting on consent agenda item A, as well as leaving an open public comment. My public comment would be that I'm urging the city to use the full amount of the Faith Community Development Block Grant funds for rental assistance. Furthermore, I think City Council needs to adjust the budget so it begins to divest from police and invest in Black communities, with some 50% of the budget could be invested in long-term safety strategies, including supporting Black startups and businesses, eliminating the racial opportunity gap in Asheville City schools, and fighting an all-civilian oversight committee with power to hold the APD and individual officers accountable. Thank you. I am proud of the work our city has done and will continue to do in the fight for equality and justice. Next message. Hello, this is Madison Watson. I am a resident of Arden and Asheville. I am commenting on consent agenda item A and public hearing item B and making an open public comment. I'm calling to urge the city to use the full amount of the CARES Act Community Development Block Grant funds for rental assistance. Furthermore, I think City Council needs to adjust the budget so it begins to invest from off-lease and investing in Black communities. 50% of the budget should be invested in long-term safety strategies, including supporting Black startups and businesses, eliminating the racial opportunity gap in Asheville City schools, and funding an all-civilian oversight committee with the power to hold the APD and individual officers accountable. I hope you will make these critical and necessary changes. Thank you. Next message. Hello, this is Matthew Menace, and I'm a resident of Asheville. I'm calling in regards to consent agenda item J. I wish to urge the city to use the full amount of the CARES Act Community Service Block Grant funds for rental assistance. Furthermore, in regards to public hearing item D, I think City Council needs to adjust the budget so it begins divesting from the police and investing in Black communities. 50% of the APD's budget should be invested in long-term safety strategies, including supporting Black startups and businesses, eliminating the racial opportunity gap in the Asheville City schools, and finding an all-civilian oversight committee with the power to hold the APD and individual officers accountable. Thank you. End of messages.
Thank you. Do we have anyone in the live queue that would to comment on the consent agenda? And I would ask that it would be limited to the consent agenda and not to anything else on the agenda.
Vice Mayor, we are currently accessing those files. And as we shared before, we've got a large number of people on the phone line, and it's slowing that down. So we'll need just 1 second to confirm that nobody is waiting in the queue.
In the
Thank
meantime, can you all see me? Is that better connection? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, better. We switched out the computer. Okay.
Okay. I'm handing you back.
Okay. We're just waiting to see if there are any callers on the phone that would like to make a comment under the consent agenda. I do know there was one point of clarification. Did it get clarified, the item concerning the deck? Okay, thank you. I was
Yes.
off. No? Okay, thank you. Off the computer.
Mayor, it does not look like we have anybody waiting in the queue to speak on this agenda item. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, thank you.
So Esther, you have a motion and a second already.
I do, okay. All right, then I will go to a roll call vote. So we have a motion and a second. When I call your name, please say aye or nay. Vice Mayor Whistler.
Aye.
Councilman Haynes.
Aye.
Councilman Kapoor.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mayfield.
Aye.
Councilwoman Smith.
Aye.
Councilman Young.
Aye.
And I vote in favor, aye. All right, thank you. The consent agenda passes. This evening we have, I'm going to move to the presentation portion of the agenda. This evening we have 3 presentations on the agenda. The first is the I-26 Connector Project Aesthetics Committee Report, Phase 1, Vertical Aesthetic Treatments. And Ken Putnam, the city's transportation director, will be making the presentation. So we'll begin with that.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I am Ken Putnam, and I'm the Director of the Transportation Department. For the past 20 months, staff has been working very closely with the Aesthetics Committee for the I-26 Connector Project. And this committee, whom the members you appointed, have done a very good job in working. They've been working very hard. We started out with monthly meetings, and most recently we meet every 2 weeks. And these meetings last anywhere from 2 to 3 hours each time. And I want to thank the NCDOT, the North Carolina Department of Transportation, for their participation in every one of these meetings as well. Tonight's presentation will actually be given by the chair of that committee. His name is Ted Figueroa, and I want to turn it over to him. But before I do that, I just want to say that the presentation is rather long, so he's going to go through it as quickly as he can to respect the 10-minute time frame. And both Ted and I will stay on to see if there's any questions after the presentation. Thank you.
All right, do we have any questions? And don't forget to unmute yourself. I can't hear anything.
Okay. I want to welcome members of City Council, City staff, Aesthetic Committee members, members of the public. Thank you for the opportunity to present the highlights of the I-26 Connector Aesthetics Committee Phase 1 report. These are the committee's recommendations for aesthetic treatments to the vertical elements of the project, the structures that will be built by the design build construction contractor, walls, bridges, sidewalks, etc. These items will be included in the request for proposals that NCDOT will use to select the project builder. Why are the recommendations made in this report important? The I-26 connector is the largest infrastructure project we will see in our lifetimes. We have one chance to soften its impact and leverage the project to positively affect the city's visual character. Next slide. Working together with NCDOT and the city's working group, we have scored some major victories, reducing the number of lanes crossing the Bowen Bridge, removing 2 interstate lanes through West Asheville, improving connectivity between Hill Street, Hillcrest, and Patton Avenue, and likely lowering the I-240 roadbed near Riverside Cemetery and the flyers crossing the French Broad River. Next slide. The committee produced a set of aesthetic treatment recommendations that apply to the entire I-26 corridor. Many of these have been adopted by NCDOT at no cost to the city. Notably, NCDOT offered to treat all walls and bridge abutments visible from the interstate with an attractive stacked stone liner, a $40 million value that will not cost the city anything. Next slide. The committee paid particular attention to the appearance of bridges that will be along the interstate. We want these bridges to make a statement about the quality of life in Asheville. Some of these features NCDOT has adopted at no cost to the city, and some will require city funding. Next slide. Central to the committee's vision is the Bowen Bridge. This is the gateway to the downtown from West Asheville. After the I-26 connector is built, it will no longer carry interstate traffic. We are recommending that it become a pedestrian and bicycle-friendly entryway, and an attraction for citizens of Asheville and tourists alike. It is the most expensive feature that we are recommending, but we consider it to be critical. The westbound north span of the bridge is considered historic. We have worked with the State Historic Preservation Office, or SHPO, to produce a design that is both attractive and respectful of the original bridge. Key design features of the Bowen Bridge include an attractive pedestrian railing, colored and texture walk and bikeways, decorative lighting, landscape planters, and monument bridgehead pillars. The icing on the cake would be a set of LED lights strung along the sides of the bridge, but these can be added at a later date. Next slide. Coming off of the Bowen Bridge into the downtown, Patton Avenue will be reconstructed to feel like a boulevard. Enhancing the streetscape here may create a catalyst for upgrading the entire downtown infrastructure over time. Next slide. Heading west from the Bowen Bridge, Patton Avenue transitions to a more suburban arterial. Targeted improvements recommended for this area will revitalize the area and encourage the redevelopment of some of its large underutilized parcels. Next slide. A second major aesthetic focus of the I-26 connector is the Haywood Road Bridge. Haywood Road is at the center of West Asheville's Renaissance. The bridge links East-West Asheville with the rest of the Haywood Road corridor. Creating an inviting experience for pedestrians and bicyclists will pay dividends in neighborhood cohesion and tourism. Key features of our recommendation for this bridge include artistic pedestrian railings, decorative lighting, unique sidewalk treatment, and monument bridgehead pillars with historic plaques. The committee has also recommended several features to enhance pedestrian and bicyclist safety. Next slide. The Haywood Road Bridge marks the interstate's entry into the city center. Now it is an unremarkable overpass. Next. It could become an iconic statement. The bridge railings and the pedestrian lighting will also be visible from the interstate. Other key features include a wider center span support, modified box abutments, and a terrace-planted retaining wall approaching the bridge. As with all of the bridges crossing the interstate, there will be room for art medallions on both sides of the bridge facing traffic. Next slide. We can move to the north end of the I-26 connector now, and we'll work our way southward. Our recommendation for I-26 as it crosses Broad Street is a design reflecting the railroad influence on the city. Next slide. Reconstruction of Riverside Drive along I-26 was made part of the connector project in 2019. The committee recommends keeping the new road as close as possible to the existing roadbed. The committee also recommends that the retaining wall will be stacked stone liner. Next slide. The Aesthetics Committee made a number of recommendations to mitigate the adverse noise and visual effects of the I-26 connector on Riverside Cemetery. These have been largely adopted by the consulting parties convened by SHPO, which includes the city, and if accepted by NCDOT, would be provided at no cost to the city. Next slide. The height, the size, and complexity of the proposed interstate crossing over the French Broad River remains a major concern for the committee and the Montford neighborhood. The graphic on the left shows NCDOT's visualization of the bridges as they cross Riverside Drive. Besides reducing the scale of the river crossings, the committee has recommended the bridge design to be sleek, simple, and unobtrusive. There is no cost to the city for an attractive bridge designed within NCDOT's budget. Next slide. The Atkinson Street pedestrian bridge marks the entrance to downtown Asheville along I-240 coming from the north. It is also an important pedestrian connection between Hill Street, Montford neighborhoods, and Hillcrest leading to Patton Avenue. The design will pay homage to those bridges designed by Frederick Law Olmsted, landscape architect for the Biltmore Estate. Next slide. We are recommending that the new State Street underpass be designed to suggest a Blue Ridge Parkway tunnel and that the city install pedestrian lighting under the bridge. Next slide. This is the entrance to Carrier Park and from the interstate to the River Arts District. The committee has recommended a design for Amboy Road interchange that maximizes the use of the two roundabouts NCDOT will build. This design, evoking a Blue Ridge Parkway tunnel, has been accepted by NCDOT, and the city's costs would be for additional cobblestone treatment and for the decorative lighting. Next slide. The committee is recommending NCDOT's enhanced standard treatment for the Brevard Road Bridge, with the exception that decorative lighting should be provided on the bridge. Next slide. NCDOT will be constructing 2 new greenways as part of the I-26 connector, and others will interface with the project. The committee recommends close attention be paid to these connections. The committee also recommends that lighting be installed by the city along these greenways as needed. Next slide. Now for the hard part. We have achieved significant aesthetic upgrades to the project at no cost to the city. These are described in the report and listed in Appendix E under the standard bucket. However, in order to fully realize the potential that this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity presents to enhance the city's appearance, we believe that the city needs to fund the recommended aesthetic improvements at least to the better bucket level, the aesthetic improvements that the committee deems critical. Although funding to the best level, funding all recommendations would be ideal. Next slide. This is the cost breakdown of the aesthetic improvements by location for each of the funding buckets. We anticipate that Asheville should not have to go this alone, and that the city will work with its partners to contribute funding for these important improvements. Along with the city, Buncombe County and the TDA stand the most to gain from the improvements recommended by the committee. Next slide. The funding commitment for aesthetic improvements needs to be specified in an agreement with NCDOT before the RFP is issued later this fall. However, there are opportunities to defer some costs. Next slide. This is not the end of the process. I want to emphasize that this report is a draft. There are corrections still to be made. We will continue to make adjustments to this report based on feedback received from you, and we will continue to seek ways to lower costs. Those recommendations that you agree to fund will be developed in more detail and become part of an aesthetics package that will be part of the RFP. Next slide. There are also a number of actions we are asking the City Council to undertake. First, provide feedback on these recommendations. Then you will need to select which aesthetic improvements are to be funded, and staff will need to develop a funding plan. Staff will then negotiate a municipal agreement which commits the city to provide funding and maintain certain of the improvements. Council will then need to approve the municipal agreement by the end of the year. Next slide. Thank you for the opportunity to present our recommendations, and are there any questions?
Go ahead, Julie. You want to say something? Make sure to unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have questions so much as I just want to add a few comments to what Ted has said. The first thing I want to do is really call out and thank the members of this committee, and I'm just going to take a second to read their names. This committee has worked harder than any committee I have ever been involved in the city, and they have done this by themselves. The report that you see was not produced by a consultant. It was produced by this group of people with a graphic designer. But this is every bit the quality that we get when we spend a lot of money on consultants. And so I just want to call these folks out. If we were in person, I would ask them to stand, but we're not. So you just heard from Ted Figuera, the chair, other members who have been involved really the whole time. Ken Dirks is the co-chair, Woody Farmer, Foster De La Houssaye, Susan Loftus, Mike Sikorsky, Lynn Raker, and David Nutter. There were some other folks, Joe Minicozy, Mike Adams, who were there for the beginning and maybe a significant piece, but really those first few names that I read were the key to the success of this report. And I will echo my thanks to NCDOT and the consulting firm AECOM for their help in all of this. And of course, also need to thank Ken Putnam and Janet George-Murr in the Transportation Department for supporting this effort. So I just want to underscore the importance of these improvements to the success of this project for all of us. And the easiest way that I can say this is if we just let DOT build what they're going to build, we are not going to love it. As Ted says, we've gotten NCDOT to agree to do a lot of things at no cost to us. But the rest of this are the things that are going to make us really love this project. This project, as I've said many times, it is going to be big. It is going to be impactful. And these are the kinds of things that are going to make all of us feel that it was worthwhile and it was worth the trade-off for the impacts. And as Ted says, we do have options around different improvements to pay for. We need to spend some time studying those, getting feedback from council members and the public about that. And depending on what options we choose, of course, that's also going to influence how we pay for these. And we are still waiting on information from NCDOT about when exactly payments would be due under the agreement that they're going to ask us to sign. So we have more information that needs to come. And as Ted said, we need to approach other partners. The county and TDA are natural partners in this, and we will be talking to them soon with this same presentation. I also want to mention, it was in the staff memo, but just to let everyone know, the city has already set aside $2 million to help fund improvements to this project. Now, to be clear, that $2 million was set aside for what we call betterments, which are expanding on things that NCDOT will already build. So for instance, NCDOT's standard sidewalk is 5 feet. In some places, we're asking for a 10-foot sidewalk, so we pay for that extra 5 feet. The betterments that we are asking for take up most of that $2 million. So we can't really think of that as being able to contribute very much to the aesthetic treatments that have just been laid out for you. So with that, I'll stop and just say that, again, we welcome feedback from the public, from council members. I'm happy to sit down and talk to anyone about this. I know members of the committee are as well. And maybe I can just ask Ken to tell us a little bit about how, the report obviously is out there in the public now. It's on the agenda. But how are people going to be able to provide feedback on this report to the city?
We're still working all the details out on that, and so hopefully we'll get that word out in the next couple of days.
Okay. Of course, if we were not in the time of COVID, we would be having public meetings about this, but we are in the time of COVID, so we just need to be figuring out other strategies. So with that, I will stop.
Yes, Esther. I think it might be, and I echo what Julie said, and I will add Julie to the thank you list. She's worked diligently on this very much, and has been all over DOT to improve this and for years. So thank you very much for that. What I might ask, and I don't know how difficult this might be, but is there a way to sort of show what the aesthetics committee is proposing versus what would it look like with the DOT? And that way people really would get a sense of, I don't mean to say how bad it might be, but sort of what the no funding option would look like versus what the aesthetics committee is suggesting, because I think a lot of people might not have a sense of that. And Ted, I don't know how difficult that would be, or but I think that may be better for the public to give input on.
Yes, I think that would be possible, particularly in some cases. For instance, the Bowen Bridge, would look pretty much like it does now, if with the exception that there would be sidewalks and bike lanes on the bridge, converting those two outer lanes to that. But otherwise, that's probably what you're going to get. And the bridge that you saw at Brevard Road, that's pretty much a standard bridge with the exception that it would not have any lighting. So there is a lot that NCDOT is doing, but For instance, the Haywood Road Bridge would look pretty much like that. And it would look, it would be pretty plain and pedestrian crossing that bridge. And it would be a long walk across that bridge if we don't get NCDOT to try to, get their design build contractor to make some design modifications to tighten up that intersection.
Yeah, so Gwen, we can ask the committee. We have, thankfully, a lot of incredibly artistic and gifted people on the committee. So we can ask, we can talk to them about maybe producing some of those images. It's a good suggestion.
Thank you.
Sorry, so this computer doesn't like me to unmute and mute very easily. Are there any other questions or comments?
I will just say that this will all need to come back to council with, a set of sort of final recommendations and the funding plan and partners and all of that. So this is not the last time that you'll see this, but we did want to get it out because we're not sure how long we have with DOT before we need to sign an agreement, but it will be within the next few months. We're not talking years, we're talking a few months.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Figueroa, for making that presentation for us this evening.
You're welcome.
Thank you. This is not in my script, but I will remind anyone who's listening or watching, we don't take public comment under the presentation portion of our agenda, and that's because it's in information only, and we're not actually voting on anything under the presentation section of the agenda. We have a second presentation tonight. This will be a presentation from Chief David Zach, and our city manager, Deborah Campbell, will introduce Chief Zach. Deborah?
So Mayor, I'm going to read some prepared remarks, and then I'm going to introduce Chief David Zach to give us an update on Asheville Police Department activities. So Mayor and council members, thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts during such an important time in our city and our nation's history. Today, while we are still facing the many impacts of a global pandemic, we also laid to rest another Black man, Mr. George Floyd, who unfortunately died at the hands of a law enforcement officer. It is another sad day in our nation's history, but we will channel our sadness into our commitment to serve our community with honor, respect, and hope. Although we have made some progress, there are many systems that have contributed to the racial inequities that have put us where we are today, including some actions by local government. People are experiencing and expressing valid feelings of sadness, anger, fear, and uncertainty. We hear, see, and respect these feelings and the experiences of all those who have been impacted by structural racism and racist acts by individuals. As an organization, we must have more resolve than ever to address the issues of social and economic inequities. Now is the time. We sincerely hope we have reached a critical mass of people who reject the inequities in our systems that have caused so much harm for so long. The systems are complex, and we acknowledge it will be a long, hard road. I want you all to know we will continue our work to be a local government that inspires trust from the people we serve. We also will be an organization that commits to being better today than we were yesterday. In my manager's report tonight, you will hear from Police Chief David Zach. You will hear about the city's work we have done to date related to police reform, our plans to address community demands, and you will hear definitive timelines and schedules to implement actions, to improve relations with the community and enhance oversight and accountability of police officers. This is Chief Zach's first appearance before the the full council, and the community. I wish it could have been under different circumstances. I'll now turn it over to Chief David Zack.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Mayor, City Council members, residents of Asheville. This past week has certainly been trying for all of us. Before I can begin any presentation, I must once again state that I have condemned and will continue to condemn, as do the men and women of the Asheville Police Department, the unjustified killing of George Floyd by law enforcement. Thankfully, all 4 officers have been arrested and charged, and now justice must prevail. I am well aware of community concerns about systemic racism, police violence nationwide, which include past incidents at APD. Tonight, I wish to share progress APD has made since the August 17th incident involving Mr. Johnny Rush. I can assure you more changes are forthcoming and they will be made. And tonight, I wish to roll out our action plan over the next 30, 60 to 90 days for our community. Of course, I must acknowledge, and I am well aware in just the short time that I have been here, I have heard repeatedly that there is community distrust for APD, especially regarding APD's ability to police itself. There are many concerns over the protests over the last week, 10 days. And our residents deserve a detailed account of all that occurred during the protests. APD cannot solve systemic racism alone. Our plan forward will require the participation of government and community partners. I am asking for and recommending an outside entity to complete a full after-action report to determine if APD's actions during the protests were justified. But let me say first, just because actions may be justified under law, that does not make those actions necessary, and this will be looked at as well. Due process will be followed, but I can assure our community that unjustified or unnecessary action will result in the appropriate discipline. After action reports on an incident of this magnitude take a significant amount of time to complete. And I know our residents want answers now, and they will get some. Shortly after I arrived, I contracted with law enforcement transparency engagement advisors that I'd hoped to use throughout my tenure here to keep the public better informed during critical incidents such as this. Those agents will be in our city as early as tomorrow with the goal of providing a better understanding of what took place during protests. In my discussion with council and protesters all week long, I was completely and totally reminded repeatedly of police reforms being requested as a result of the killing of Mr. Floyd. And I'd like to report on that. And specifically, I'm talking about the 8 Can't Wait campaign. These are 8 police reforms that Campaign Zero states will decrease police violence by 72%. What I can report is that APD already has 8 of these in place. In 2018, APD worked with members of the community to establish the Community Police Policy Work Group. This group reviewed and provided feedback on APD use of force policy. and that feedback was incorporated into current use of force policy here at APD. Next, please. In reference to chokeholds, the APD does not train or condone the use of chokeholds. Chokeholds are prohibited except for situations when an officer reasonably believes that deadly force is necessary and there are no alternatives to that level of force. Next. The requirement for de-escalation. When safe, officers will use de-escalation techniques to attempt to slow down and or stabilize a situation to allow for more time, options, and resources for incident resolution. That is in our use of force policy. The de-escalation training that we've already undertaken, first, it's a part of all tactical training. Specifically, all sworn officers are trained in integrating communication, assessment, and tactics, known as ICAT. All of our officers, or I should say, I apologize, 85% of our officers currently receive crisis intervention training. The goal is to have all of our officers certified in CIT. This certification is a requirement to an officer carrying a taser. For required warnings before shooting, APD policy states, prior to use of lethal force, where safe and feasible, officers will identify themselves as law enforcement and order the subject to stop the activity which has caused the potentially deadly encounter. Officers must only use the amount of force that is objectively reasonable, necessary, under the circumstances, and proportional to the threat or resistance of a subject. The requirement to intervene and the duty to intervene. All sworn and non-sworn APDs employees have completed EPIC training, and that stands for Ethical Policing is Courageous, where the duty to intervene is emphasized. Current APD use of force policy states, any officer present and observing another officer that is using force that is clearly beyond that of which is reasonable or necessary should safely intercede to prevent use of excessive force, and that must be promptly reported to a supervisor. In reference to the shooting at moving vehicles, officers will not fire any weapon from or at a moving vehicle except to counter an imminent threat of death or serious physical injury to officers or another person, and no other means are available at that time to avoid or eliminate danger. That is APD policy. The requirement for use of force continuum. APD trains officers to operate on a use of force continuum. Training teaches officers to make force decisions based on the level of threat presented. Our defensive tactics training includes transitioning between responses so officers are well equipped to move up and down the continuum based on the threat presented to them. The requirement for comprehensive reporting. Officers are required to report any use of force. All use of force incidents are reviewed by officers' chain of command and professional standards section. Review includes body-worn camera footage, interviews with officers, witnesses, and the person that had force used against them. Again, APD policy. Within 5 days of receiving a use of force report, Professional Standards Commander will submit a report to the FBI Use of Force Data Collection Database. I should note that fewer than 45% of agencies report this information to the FBI. APD does. I now wish to move on to what APD is moving towards into the future. We will be undergoing a complete department-wide restructuring. We have changed our promotional process to be merit-based and far more equitable. and we will be moving to a higher accountability in our use of force reporting. Over the next 30 days, we will expand our current definition of what constitutes use of force. Early in my arrival here at APD, within the first week, I determined that use of force was being underreported, and that the criteria of what constituted force needed to be expanded upon. We will also be increasing indicators into our early intervention system, which identifies and addresses issues before they become a problem. The promotional process, again, to reflect merit-based and equity. We will be abolishing our drug suppression unit. There has been too much emphasis placed on the enforcement of low-level drug crimes. We must place a greater focus on violent and property crime. With that focus on violent crime, we must partner with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms to assist with reducing gun violence in particular. Within 60 days, we hope to complete our promotional process to support a department-wide restructuring. We also hope to have our independent monitor in place to conduct the Afton Action Report for the protests. We will create a department liaison with the district attorney's office to identify cases that could not meet prosecution standards as they apply to interrogation, search and seizure, warrant application, and evidence collection and storage. We will also be implementing a TIP 411 line to provide greater community anonymity to report crime and officer misconduct. The department will also, for the first time, be creating a separate division devoted solely to community engagement. That's not happened before and doesn't exist. This community engaged division will be fully staffed. Their sole purpose will be to quickly respond to neighborhood quality of life issues and more complex societal issues such as substance abuse, homelessness, and mental health. We will be forming homeless outreach team. These will be full-time officers dedicated to facilitating access to mental, medical, and social service care. Working with the homeless will be their primary and only function. To be successful, we will be researching existing models in cities such as Austin, Texas, San Diego, California, and Cincinnati, Ohio, who have developed successful programs. We will look to install a mental health addiction coordinator. The function of this position will be to review reports for any underlying mental health conditions and follow-up after all reports of overdose. Arrests and incarceration only exacerbate these conditions. We look to move to treatment and help. We will form an integrity unit within our community engagement division. Their sole focus will be to ensure policies and procedures are consistently being followed through random and scheduled oversight. Consistently monitoring our soon-to-be established customer satisfaction surveys, where residents can more readily provide positive and negative feedback following calls for service, traffic stops, random encounters, etc., where a formal complaint may not normally be considered. Beyond 90 days, I have already been in discussion with our district attorney and other key players that we need to implement a gun violence reduction strategy. This will be a data-driven identification of responsible groups and individuals at the highest risk of being involved in a shooting. It will involve respectful communication of risk directly to those risk and groups involved. We will make available service, support, and opportunities to those high-risk groups. And we will focus enforcement on groups that continue to engage in violent crime. In summary, our community demands and expects change. APD has been evolving and will continue to do so. Our plans are actions and not words. We feel our goals are reachable and will define our agency culture moving forward. It is our intent to bring to the residents of Asheville a police department they can be proud of.
Mayor, I'm going to take over from here because a number of the other things that we heard from the demonstrators and protesters and community activists are not specifically aligned with what APD does. So if we could go to the next slide, please. We also have a 30, 60, 90-day response to some of these other concerns that have been raised. The first one, I believe, Mayor, is on the agenda tonight regarding removal of the monuments, and you will be introducing that later on. We want to work with the community on renaming of streets, and those are streets that have some affiliation or association related to slave holdings or just a negative connotation. There is a process in place for renaming streets. It is our preference that the community go through that process, help us identify those streets, but help us, more importantly, identify what the street names will be going forward. The next one in 30 days would be to provide protocol practices and resource allocation data from the Equity and Inclusion Department on our city website. Next slide, please. In 60 days, we want to continue partnering with the Asheville City Schools and Buncombe County Schools to address opportunity gaps. As you all know, last year, I personally have been facilitating a group of elected officials, both from City of Asheville and Buncombe County, the United Way, a number of other groups, the Chamber and others, on how we address the opportunity gaps. I will continue to be engaged in that process. Have community conversations around the budget to support transparency and needs. I'll have detailed information about that process coming up in terms of the agenda. We want to lastly initiate conversations with the district attorney's office regarding the probation decision for Mr. Hickman. I think this is to determine whether enough time has been allotted for people to have comment on the duration of his probation. Certainly that is not one that we would lead, but we want to convene conversations with the DA as it relates to that request. Next slide, please. And in 90 days, better understand and work through solutions. We just need a little bit more detail on some of these, and others will be just heavy lifts for us, particularly the Civilian Oversight Committee, and it's going to take a lot of work. The creation of harm-free zones, just defining essentially what that actually means. And again, that's going to take us a little bit more time to work through those issues. Utilize best practices to recruit people of color in terms of the police department, and then also to develop the race and gender conscious policy in response to the disparity study as it relates to city contracting and procurement. And next slide, I believe that might be the last slide. So with that, Mayor, I will turn it over to council to see if there are any questions of me or the chief.
And just a preliminary question, the presentations that were just made, will they be posted, Maggie, maybe that's more, will they be posted by tomorrow so if people want to look at these presentations, they can?
Yes, they will be posted later this evening.
Okay, Thank you. All right, any questions or comments?
I have a comment. This is Shanika. Thank you for your presentation, Chief Zach, and also City Manager Campbell. I appreciate your initiative in bringing something forth to us today concerning reforms. I do have a question for Chief Zach concerning the recent events that happened this past week. The number one question I have is, what's the correct name of the ground unit that was tasked with the use of less lethal force? Is it our emergency response team, or was that the crowd control team?
It's crowd control team, particularly what you're referring to as the mobile force team.
Okay. And you explained a lot about use of force and de-escalation policies that we already have in place. I would like to know how those two work when dealing with the mass gathering, and our officers who deploy tear gas and other tactics, are they required to report these incidents as incidents of use of force? Because there are some protocols and reporting measures that have to be taken when there is use of force.
All tear gas use is considered use of force. That's all reportable. And we're in the process, obviously, every body worn camera, all that footage is being downloaded for review. The entire incident, every part of it is considered use of force.
Okay, so that means that individual officers will be making their reports according to the policy.
Exactly.
Okay.
You're muted, Mayor.
I know, I can't get my thing to unmute. Okay, anybody else have any questions or comments? Yes, Julie.
I have a question for the chief. So it's clear that you have done a lot of thinking in the 4 months that you've been here about how you want to restructure things, and you've probably accelerated that thinking and that planning over the last week. One of the and it all sounds like the right direction, but I know that we have a lot of people in our community who would love to have input into your thinking about the restructuring. And there are some folks who perhaps would suggest that some of the functions that you're talking about creating and some of the new departments or divisions that you're talking about creating, that maybe those in fact should be housed outside of the police department rather than inside the police department. So my question to you is, how do you plan to work with community partners on to maybe refine or even change and adapt some of what you have just proposed?
I think the homeless outreach team that we're looking to propose, that is a community partnership model. Obviously, we have the officers on the street who are interacting with the homeless each and every day. A team concept would include people with medical background, the ability to divert into social services, and also assess mental health. So that whole concept is a team partnership concept. And I think there's definitely, and again, that's why we want to go back and see what's been successful in other cities, bring it back here where we can all digest and see what would work best for the city of Asheville. I think it's all interwoven within the community engagement division. There will be heavy community involvement. Currently, when I came here, as I was dissecting what we were currently doing, we had 16 separate officers of rank whose responsibility it was to be actively engaged with our community. And when you have 16 responsible, you don't have anybody responsible. And all of that energy and all of that information needs to come back to a central source. And you have to have someone that has to be high within the organizational structure, because now you're getting, when we're sitting in policy meetings, when we're sitting in meetings to discuss neighborhood concerns, you have to have someone who's got the pulse of the entire city available, who can voice the concerns that they're hearing from the community into the development of that policy and those strategies. That currently does not exist. So the community will be involved at every single level. The purpose of the tip line, again, where the community can reach us much easier and anonymously if they so require. But because of the technology, we can also interact with the tipster. And that could be whether it's crime, whether there's a problem in school, whether someone's having in mental health distress, a number of things where we can be directly interacting more easily. In the development of our customer satisfaction survey, I want our residents to be able, who might not use the normal complaint system and file a complaint, to be able to quickly access the department website and say, hey, this particular, I was just stopped. I didn't like the way the officer treated me. I would like this looked into. But also, if they've had a positive experience with our officers. So we're getting that instantaneous feedback. I want our engagement division to be able to quickly get back to those customers, get their feedback, hear their concerns, and know that they're being listened to. And we'll also be able to track who's doing a good job out there and who isn't. So community involvement will be, it's the centerpiece of the entire division, is to have all those voices at the table to raise concerns, to develop strategies in their neighborhoods, and to report easily, far more easily, on the service that they're receiving.
Yeah, and that is wonderful. I love that structure. I guess what I want to just ask is, before you move sort of full bore into the restructuring, that you maybe create an opportunity or a few opportunities to sit down and meet with some of the community leaders to talk to them more about those ideas, get their input on restructuring ideas. Just, we have a lot of creative, thoughtful people here who I think would very much like to participate in a discussion with you about your restructuring proposal. So, I'm sort of talking in the process where you are now, as opposed to implementation.
I couldn't agree more. Obviously, the process got accelerated here, and that had been the intent right from the start, was to consider, a rollout in stages. This is what we're proposing. What works for us?
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, Julie, were you finished?
I do. I have some other things I'd like to say, but I didn't know if other folks have questions. So we're just clearing the deck for questions.
Got it.
Anyone else have questions? VJ, did you have a question?
Mayor, I didn't. I had something I wanted to say to the officers, and so I will wait until after any other questions need to be asked of the chief.
Anybody else have any questions for the chief?
I have one. When you mentioned this community engagement unit or division, where would the staffing for this unit come from, or division?
We are not asking for any budget increases for this. We will use existing personnel by realigning certain positions and transfer current positions to other divisions. The only upgrade is we do need a captain to head that division. Division heads are captains. And again, they are now members of the executive staff. But this proposal requires no additional funding in the police budget.
All right, any other questions? Okay. VJ, you had a comment?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And Chief and Ms. Campbell, thank you for the time today. I wanted to actually take a moment and talk directly to the officers of APD. And I think it goes without saying that last week was probably the most difficult week that you've ever experienced as a police officer. I know many of you have had to work hours well beyond what your normal shift was, and for several days straight. I know a lot of you were tired. I know some of you had bottles thrown at you without knowing what was in them. I know some of you had fireworks shot at you, and at least one of you had your clothing set on fire by them. But all the while, your job, and in fact, your duty, was to protect the people in their exercise of constitutionally protected speech. And that was speech that was overwhelmingly critical of you. And I will tell you this, I think that very few people could deal with that. And I want to thank you for being out there. So during my time on council, I've had a chance to meet and get to know a lot of you as people and not just as officers. And you've shared stories with me about what it's like to actually be a police officer in this city. And what I've learned from you, learned a lot, but what I've learned in particular from you is that to do your job correctly and effectively, the people in this community who you serve and protect need to be able to trust you. And I think if we're being honest with each other, right now, many of them don't. And I think as many of you know, and as many of you feel, and I certainly feel, this last week changed a lot of things in this country. And nationwide, people saw things across the country that have shaken their confidence in police officers, in the job that you do. And I think you saw it last week. People are hurting right now in this city, and their pain is real. So I am asking you in the next couple of months and in the next couple of weeks and the next couple of years to buy into the reforms that Chief Zach talked about. Not because you have to, not because you're going to be forced to, but because you want to take that step of reestablishing trust with the community. You cannot control what happens in other parts of the country, but each one of you can impact what happens here in Asheville. And I truly believe this, though it may not seem that way now. There is actually an opportunity for all of us to come out stronger than where we began if we work together. And so I'm asking you to please take that step. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Julie, you said you had a comment as well.
I do. Yeah, I just want to offer a few thoughts and reflections on the week's events. So like VJ, last week was very challenging in a lot of ways. It certainly has been one of the hardest of my time on council, for sure. People rightly look to council for action and change, and that can be really hard to do in the midst of an immediate crisis. People also look to us to be in charge, but we as council are not in charge of operational decisions like those made last week. All of those things combined left me feeling very helpless and left the public feeling angry and frustrated at our lack of response. With the immediate events of last week behind us, however, now is our time as council to act. And we are taking the first steps today with our vote on the Confederate monuments and by postponing the budget adoption so we can identify new and different investments to make in our communities. And the chief has just laid out some very helpful reforms. But there is so much more that needs to be done. As someone who started my career as a human rights advocate with Amnesty International, fighting the death penalty and other government abuses of power, and as someone who got into government work because I fervently believe in the power and the purpose of government to protect people and improve their lives, I am elated about the opportunity before us to make sweeping change. I am sick, of course, about the immediate reason we are here. The tragic, senseless, and needless murder of George Floyd. That tragedy, however, has presented us with this moment for transformation when we can be our best. We have the right people in place on the city staff and on council. We have momentum and leadership in the community, and we are a small, creative, engaged, and passionate city. Together, I am confident that we can rise to the opportunities presented by this moment. And I challenge all of us not to squander it. With that said, I have a few specific questions that are responsive to community demands that we've heard in the last week. And I want to pause a moment and say thank you to the literally thousands of people who emailed and called us. We've never seen this level of engagement, and I love it. I loved having my voicemail full. I loved having my email inbox full. We've never seen anything like it, and I just appreciate everyone who took the time to reach out to us. So here are my questions that I would love for the staff and for us as a council to begin working on as part of what happens over the next few months. Number one, in the budget conversations, what can we do participatory budgeting around in the coming year? Two, can we overlay the urban renewal maps with properties owned onto properties owned and used by the city to look for opportunities to give them back or otherwise put them to use for our Black communities? And specifically, I want to ask about the Biltmore Avenue property, which is not an urban renewal property, but is one that we purchased recently. I just want to ask and put on the question of, can we make any of the space that will be available there to Black-owned businesses and Black-managed nonprofits? Next, can we bring to a close the very long process of amending our personnel policies that started after the Johnny Rush incident, so that there are faster consequences for bad behavior? Next, can we regularly report to council on the traffic stop numbers and other indicators that we're tracking of racially motivated policing? That reporting, I think, happens only at public safety right now, and I think it's important for all of us to have that in our consciousness. And then the final thing I want to suggest is, can we bring the Racial Equity Institute to town just for the police to ensure that they have this very important experience? I know that the city tries to send staff and particularly police officers to the Racial Equity Institute training, but that happens, one or two people at a time. And frankly, I think that's not a safe space for officers to have the kind of conversations and reactions they should have to that training. And so I want to ask that we think about a way to make that training available to officers, and just officers that are in the room, so that they can have the kind of conversations that they need to have in response to that information. So with that, I'll stop. Thank you very much.
So Julie, you answered a lot of questions. Are you wanting us to start talking about you're speaking more rhetorically because you know this is already sort of in the works to some degree?
So some of these things, yes, and I sent these questions to Deborah and the senior staff before the meeting, and I'm just asking that as we start the work of the next few months, that these things be part of what we're doing. They're not sort of easy answers to any of these.
Mayor, if I could, we could include these as part of our 30, 60, 90-day list of things that we need to respond to, because we really want to be action-oriented. We want to be able to provide responses to the questions that have been asked by council, the demands that have been made by the community. We want to really be laser focused on these kinds of issues over the next 90 days so that we can begin to develop working relationships with the community. And I hope that no one feels that I'm saying we can do everything in 90 days, but we can get started. We can get started on a lot of the things that we need to do. So I guess I'm saying by having this 30, 60, 90 day, it's our commitment to the community that we understand the sense of urgency and we need to move, and we will.
Okay, Keith, I know you have a comment. So are you ready? Would you like to go? Make sure to unmute yourself, please.
Sure, yes. First off, thank you, Chief Zach, for your presentation, and I want to thank City Manager Deborah Campbell also both of you for leaning forward and leaning into these conversations. I think that a big part of the conversation really is about reimagining how we do public safety in America, along with other avenues of life. The Capitol that has basically been built up for over 400 years, and blood, sweat, and tears and lives lost has culminated to this very moment in time. And I believe it is simply too great a purse to spend that capital on just asking questions that the community have asked of funding or defunding police. I know we haven't gotten to that part of the agenda tonight, but we will. We need to begin by building a menu of options that will more than likely lead to the reallocation of funding. However, I would like to also take the opportunity to address more than just funding. I would like for us to explore the other systems that the police department touches. The most obvious is the criminal justice system, along with the accountability mechanisms for police when they themselves break the law while discharging their duty, reforming our civil service board, and forming a citizen review board, which I heard tonight, with the help of our local state delegates. They can help with that. Another that comes to mind is the school to prison pipeline. Less school resource officers and more counselors and mental health specialists. We need to make changes to the way we interact with those systems, forcing them to recognize the structural changes with policing itself. I'm sure that there are many more that I haven't mentioned, but that's generally just the tip of the iceberg, and those are things that we can do locally. Lastly, let me emphasize this last point. Simply changing where money goes does not stop the foundation of practice that affects the outcomes of whether a Black man or woman lives or dies at the hands of police or any other oppressive system that upholds the values put in place over decades, even centuries, to enable all of these negative outcomes. And I'm willing to go the distance to seek whatever structural change is needed to sustain any fund reallocation or financial support for efforts that seek to uplift a more equitable system. We know that change doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens in the streets of America. It happens around the kitchen tables of homes. And more importantly, it happens in the hearts of people. And finally, our collective communities flexing their voices that spurred the largest civil rights movement in the history of this world. Changes to systemic oppression, in my opinion, cannot be trusted in the hands of those who have been indoctrinated into the system itself. And I personally will reject any options of change from staff without the explicit input of the community, explicitly the Black community. I'll close with saying, I know we'll do this together. I know we won't do this in a vacuum. And this is the beginning of a brighter future and not the end. And I'm ready to get started with everyone else.
Thank you, Keith. Is there anyone else wishing to comment at this point in the agenda? There will be other opportunities, but at this point.
I had composed something to say tonight directly around the budget, and maybe that's a more appropriate time later.
Oh yeah, well, we're about to get there. Yeah.
Okay. Though it certainly ties into this.
Well, go ahead, please.
Okay, so I'm going to read a statement that I wrote to make at tonight's budget discussions, and it will end with some proposals. At Saturday's Black-led protests march, the mayor, city manager, and other elected officials listened as people in our African-American community lifted their voices, shared their pain, frustration, and anger on race in Asheville that was reignited by the senseless murder of George Floyd at the hands of members of the Minneapolis police force. From those voices came a list of very substantive and actionable demands for our city. I want to say clearly that I am in full support of those demands. I have also heard the call for years for us to examine our priorities and reflect those priorities in how we use our resources. In other words, the relationship between our stated priorities and our ability to carry them out via the tool of our budget. The defunding of the APD must begin now and as part of this budget and continue into the next. We need to not only deny the $400,000 increase being requested, but seek much deeper cuts, reallocating funds towards programs providing opportunity to the Black community and poverty remediation. There's also a loud chorus of Black voices around the nation demanding these funds derived from the defunding of the police be directly invested into the Black community. Philip and Thanawi McHarris wrote in the New York Times, "The only way we are going to stop these endless cycles of police violence is by creating alternatives to policing." They went on to state, "The solution to ending police violence and cultivating a safer country lies in reducing the power of the police and their contact with the public." I agree with this statement as a goal moving forward. They called for reinvesting cuts in police budgets into alternative emergency response programs. Here in Asheville in Black has called on us to create a strategic plan for policing alternatives with goals, action steps, resources committed, and a timeline. I am in full agreement with this call and want to see us commit to bringing this about to our city via creating an action plan. We can create alternative emergency response programs made up of social workers, counselors, mediators, etc., who would respond to many 911 calls of which they are exceedingly qualified to manage and eliminate an unnecessary armed police presence. This, along with a major reduction in the scope of police responsibilities, should result in a smaller yet more efficient police workforce. Police Chief David Zack, addressing these Black leaders, made a vow to the Black community to bring about the necessary changes to the APD and its culture that will lead to more just policing, and declared that cause his primary reason for coming here. It's now imperative that we begin to work immediately on these changes, that they come about through deep listening to the Black community while seeking their direct and continuous collaboration with both the City of Asheville and APD. Demilitarization of police forces is now being called for across this nation. The excessive use of weaponry turned on protesters recently here in Asheville and across the nation radicalizes protesters and has highlighted the need for major reform of crowd control tactics. Containing protesters with blue walls of heavily armed officers in full riot gear induces conflict among otherwise peaceful protests, along with sending the message of us versus them. Excuse me, let me go back. There is current legislation being put forth to end the program supplying police forces with U.S. military surplus, along with demands that police forces return the stockpiles of military-grade weapons sitting in police armories everywhere. We must eliminate combat training in military-grade weapons for officers that would ultimately be used on our own citizens. We need to encourage all officers to abide by their oath of office and remind them that their true role is to serve and protect. So I would like to make the following proposals. That we instruct staff to audit the APD budget to find the appropriate areas to make meaningful cuts. I hear and wholeheartedly agree with our African American community leaders who called on us via Black Asheville demands to reduce the APD budget by 50% and invest those funds into the Black community. I would like to see a draft budget towards those ends. Next, that we commit to addressing all demands being made by Black Asheville and its allies through community participation in decision-making. That we commit to a serious strategic plan to create policing alternatives in Asheville this year that is clear, intentional, and resourced with goals, action steps, and a timeline. As part of the effort to demilitarize the APD, I am requesting that Chief David Zack, on his own accord or through the appeal of City Manager Deborah Campbell, make available to the public a complete inventory of military-grade arms contained in the APD armory. I would like to hear the results of this audit by our next council meeting and that this topic be added to our next agenda so that we can begin the process to authorize returning or retiring of this weaponry that should not be used by municipal police forces on our citizenry. And that is the end. That's all I've got.
Okay, anyone else I do have just a couple of comments. First, I want to thank all of you on council. You guys have worked together really well throughout this process, and council came together and issued a joint statement. I believe it's been the Friday before last now. And so I just want to tell you that I appreciate your work together. I also want to thank the staff, the city manager, the chief, and other staff who have been working around the clock throughout this process. And the chief has been available to meet with folks out on the street and talk with them and address the crowds. And Deborah has been in downtown every day, marched all day Saturday. So I just want to thank you guys for doing what you're doing. And I want to thank also the county commissioners. We're going to take up a joint resolution in a little bit concerning monuments. And that was through the work with them and the collaboration with them. And I hope we can see more and more like that. And I especially want to thank the people. I don't think change happens unless people finally come together with enough will to make change happen. You have to support elected leaders to make bold changes. Otherwise, bold changes don't happen. I've heard a lot of calls for change this last couple of weeks. And, I want to address a couple of those things that I think need to happen. We heard a list today, and that's a very good list. I think that's good, and we'll have a lot of work to do. But this isn't the first time we have tried to embark on significant change. We've tried to do it before, and we made some progress. The chief went through a lot of the changes the police department enacted that came about after the Johnny Rush incident. But there were some other things that really needed to happen that did not have steam. They did not have energy. They did not have the voice of the community that we needed to be able to make the changes happen. And that includes legislation. We need to create a citizen review board. That requires legislation if you want to have the kind of citizen review board that has certain levels of access to information. We tried to get legislation like that passed. Changes to our civil service board. There are only 6 civil service boards left in the state of North Carolina. We happen to be one of them. And our civil service board is the only civil service board that can reinstate terminated employees, including terminated officers. And we are in litigation still right now at this moment, dealing with a situation where our civil service board reinstated an officer that was terminated. And we've lost. We lose when we challenge those, when the civil service board reinstates someone and we sue, which we do, we lose because of the legislation that binds us. And we have tried to seek change around the civil service board before, but we were down there alone and we didn't have support for a change like that. We also tried to change legislation around body camera footage access. Right now in the state of North Carolina, a city council cannot look at body cam footage without a court order. So even if Chief Zach comes to us and says, I got a bad situation, I need you to look at it, we can't look at it unless we go to a judge and ask for a court order, which we have done. We have released body cam footage. We have gone through that process. I personally have gone down to the legislature and I have stood up in committee and I have advocated for legislation that our legislators introduced for us around body cam footage access, and it was turned down. It did not pass. So I am glad there are so many people that are engaged, but I don't want to lose that engagement. So many times I see people get engaged and they get, they get involved, but then in a month they fade away, or 2 months they fade away. Or when I'm down in the legislature trying to get that legislation voted on and approved, they're not there. So we're going to need we're going to need help and support to make some of these changes that have to happen that are not within our control. Now, what's within our control, that's on us. And we will have to work through that to continue to make more changes. But what's not within our control, we will need help to change. And finally, I want to say to our men and women on the police force, I echo the comments that Vijay made. This has been an unprecedented time for you too. And I know that I have publicly criticized the actions of our police force more than once. But I hope that we have a relationship where I can criticize the actions that are wrong, but I can support all the men and women that are out there doing good for our community every day and care so deeply about our community and about the job they're doing. I recognize that we have many people on our police force that fall into that category. And I thank you for what you do for our community. But I hope we can continue to have the relationship where if something isn't right, I, as a mayor, am going to point that out, and I'm going to state how I feel about it. And we're going to continue to work together through it all. So thank you. So that, unless anyone else has a comment, that brings us to the next portion of our agenda. And we had, I'm going to turn it over to the manager because this is the slot where the manager was going to talk about our budget, and she still is going to talk about our budget. But what, in light of the events of the last couple of weeks and from what we have heard from the community, we are going to ask for a motion to continue the public hearing on our budget until August 25th. And that is to give time to make changes. And Ms. Campbell's going to talk about that. But I can either entertain that motion now to move the public hearing on the agenda to August 25th, which would put us on track to vote on a new budget on September 8th. Can I have a motion to continue that public hearing item? But before you give me that motion, Brian, let me, to your point, what I do want to tell you is we did have 1,379 people call in and leave us a voicemail message. Most of those voicemail messages were regarding the budget under the public hearing. It is approximately 50 hours worth of voicemail messages. What we have done is all of those voicemail messages are transcribed and they will be posted, Maggie, I think before the evening is out, I believe, or by tomorrow. And they will be posted under our virtual engagement hub, which is located at the bottom of the homepage for the City of Asheville's website. In addition, we received 1,642 written comments. Again, most of those on the budget, and those too will be linked and available. So we don't want to lose all the public comment we have received headed into tonight on the public hearing on the budget. We want to preserve those and post those and make those available. But we will continue tonight the public hearing on the budget until August 25th. Do I have a motion to continue the public hearing on the budget till August 25th?
Madam Mayor, this is Councilman Young. I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing to consider the fiscal year 2021 annual operating budget to the date of August the 25th.
Second, this is Shanika Smith.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to do a roll call vote. Vice Mayor Whistler.
Aye.
Councilman Haynes.
Aye.
Councilman Kapoor.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mayfield.
Aye.
Councilwoman Smith.
Aye.
Councilman Young.
Aye.
And myself as mayor, aye. Okay. Deborah, unless I'm messing up this agenda, is this the point where you would like to make a presentation regarding this item?
I would, Mayor, if you don't mind.
Okay, please, thank you.
Okay, if we could bring up the presentation. And while the presentation is coming up, you heard the mayor say that this item was much further down on the agenda. We've moved it up so that we can explain to you the action that was just taken in terms of delaying the public hearing, because this obviously is not the budget, the manager's budget that was presented last month. This is not the budget that we would like council to be considering. So we are therefore delaying public comment until we do have a budget that we think is appropriate. So next slide, please. And so what are we hearing? And again, this is helping us with the rationale for why we're recommending to council that we delay action on the budget. You heard during the previous discussion around Asheville Police Department and its activities, we've heard a lot, and we have received a lot of emails and voicemail messages and just general conversation about defund the police department to fund other services, ensure police accountability, both individually and organizationally, and repair past and continuing harm to Asheville's Black community. Next slide, please. Our response is we want you all to know that we have heard you. We want to respond and hopefully move forward together as a community. And I would like to say move forward together as a community, even as it related to the organizational changes that the chief talked about as part of his presentation. As part of my earlier comments, we know that racism is a systemic problem. This is not just a problem that the police can address. This is a citywide, a community issue that we all have to be a part of. It is going to take collaboration with every segment of our community in order to address the issues of social disparities and inequities. The solution needs to be more strategic and reflect, if you can move down a little bit on that. So in terms of recommendations, okay, that's the slide, right? Okay, recommendations. We are recommending adoption of an interim budget, which means that we will continue to operate on the current budget that was adopted for this fiscal year. We will spend the next 60 days engaging the community to develop the final budget. The rationale for this interim budget, even though we're saying that we're going to move into some time and I'll get to that slide later, but we are legally required to adopt a budget by July 1. This interim budget then will serve as that budget, taking us into the next fiscal year. And as I said, we'll spend the next 60 days or so engaging the community to develop that final budget. I know there are lots of questions about how we're going to do it, particularly in a time where we are in the midst of a pandemic, and our ability to have large gatherings and conversations are somewhat limited, but we hope that as we move into phase 3 of this pandemic, which we hope phase 2 will be over by the 26th of this month, that we can have more opportunities to have gatherings, socially distanced, but have more face-to-face conversations or person-to-person. So we're looking probably at sometime in September. Next slide. So our revised budget schedule will look something like a public hearing on August the 25th and council final adoption in September the 8th. Even though we have the manager's proposed budget checked, that was the budget that we are now going to revise and update. So I will likely come back with another recommendation of a manager's budget before the public hearing on August the 25th. We just don't know that date right now. Next slide, please. There's been lots of questions about the police budget and a lot of conversation around an additional, which it really wasn't an additional, $410,000 in terms of an increase. We wanted to explain why those dollars appeared as an increase in police's budget. Want to make clear that no new personnel or equipment is included in that $410,000. The majority of those resources, half, in fact, $200,000 is a state mandated increase in our local government employees retirement system. It is a requirement. 108 because of a new take-home policy, take-home vehicle policy, I'm sorry, that was enacted last year, increased both fuel and fleet maintenance costs. There was $81,000 increase for a lease agreement for a new South District substation that was relocated. And $21,000 was kind of from miscellaneous things because of a DWI task force that a grant that we were no longer receiving those fundings. And so there was a difference in terms of staff salary costs and some other miscellaneous things. But I wanted to make sure that the public as well as council had the details of this budget request in terms of an increase. And I think I may have said that this wasn't an increase earlier, and I just want to clarify that. But to suggest how those fundings would have been used. Next slide, please. I'd also like to show you the increase in the fire department. You know, there's a trend of community safety or public safety types of departments. It's where we saw the greatest request for an increase in funding. There was an increase, a request, I'm sorry, of $200,000 again for retirement, $316,000 for additional firefighters, $200,000 for overtime and fuel and some other miscellaneous costs, and then $284,000 for some additional firefighters that were added in 2018 and 2019. So a cumulative effect of a lot of additional firefighters being hired. And that was an increase of $1 million for the Asheville Fire Department. Next slide, please. And so in summary, we hope that the community as well as council feels that we're listening, we're hearing you, we're going to try to be as responsible as possible, considering our constrained fiscal situation. We cannot forget that we are in the midst of a pandemic. We indicated in our previous updates on the budget how challenging this budget cycle was going to be, again, based on not having enough information about sales tax revenue to make some informed decisions. This will help us, give us a little bit more time to see where we are from an economic perspective and revenue perspective. We want to use these challenges as an opportunity to rethink and reinvest and collaborate with the community. Again, that interim budget of 60 days allows us time to engage the community. I think that is the end of my presentation. I'll be more than happy to take any questions if you have any.
Deborah, I have a question concerning the making available the line item budgets of all the departments, specifically the APD. I was to understand that that would be made available today as far as the APD, and maybe it was, but I haven't seen it. And since all that information should be readily available, I would like to ask that all of that be made public.
Yes, sir. It will be, if it hasn't been already made available, Brian, it will be made available after this meeting later on today, this evening. Maggie, if I could ask, can you confirm the timing?
I believe that was sent to council shortly before the meeting with the budget presentation, but it is online under our supporting documents. And those will be, as soon as the meeting's over, those will be available to the public.
Thanks.
And Brian, I'm glad that you raised that issue because we want to make that information available. So as we are meeting with the community, they can compare and contrast the various departments of city government as well as their budgets, in addition to fire and police and park and rec and all of the other departments.
And Mayor, before you leave that item, we need to have a motion to amend the budget schedule for the August 25th and September 9 date, or September 8 dates, please.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second to amend the budget schedule for August 25, 2020 for the budget public hearing and a budget adoption on September 8th, 2020? This is subtly different than the last motion to move the public hearing.
This is Councilmember Young. I make a motion, so moved as read by the mayor.
Shanika Smith, a second.
Okay, thank you. I'll do a roll call vote. Vice Mayor Whistler.
Aye.
Councilman Haynes.
Aye.
Councilman Kapoor.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mayfield.
Aye.
Councilwoman Smith.
Aye.
Councilman Young.
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay, Deborah, unless you have anything further, anyone have any other questions or comments under this item? Otherwise, I'm going to move to the unfinished business portion of our agenda. Okay. We have 2 items of unfinished business. These are the public hearings that we heard at the last meeting. City Council received 2 additional comments on the 2 restaurant court, and we will to a vote. So this is this strange emergency situation we have where our public hearing on these items had to stay open for 24 hours after we met before we could vote. So the public hearing's already been conducted at our last meeting. This is a vote to consider a land use incentive grant application for 2 restaurant court rental community Bowcatcher Vista LLC. Can I get a motion and a second for the public hearing to approve a land use incentive grant application for 2 restaurant court rental community Bowcatcher Vista LLC?
Excuse me, Mayor, I apologize if I didn't hear this, but we want to make sure you have officially closed the public hearing before we move
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm officially closing the very long public hearing. So now can I get a motion and a second to approve a land use incentive grant application for 2 restaurant court rental community Bowcatcher Vista LLC?
This is Councilman Kapoor, so moved.
This is Gwen Whistler, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Council, when I say your name, please say aye or nay to approve the incentive grant for 2 restaurant court.
Esther,
Vice Mayor.
sorry, do we need to hear those 2 additional public comments before we vote? Is that part of the process?
It doesn't, it's not on this, no, because we already conducted the public hearing. So
Okay, I guess I'm wondering about it.
it's such an odd thing that it's this temporary situation where we take it in. Maggie, where are those?
Those 2 public comments were forwarded to council after
Right.
the 48-hour period.
That's right.
So city council has been made aware of those.
So that was back after the last meeting.
Yeah.
48 hours after the last meeting.
Yes.
Thank you. I forgot about that. And Esther, if I can just say, because we got a lot of emails this week and people may have missed this, but a lot of the comments we got about this project last time were related to trash issues on a project built by this same developer in proposal. And I just want to say that the developer, Kirk Booth, has, I think it was as of yesterday, installed a dumpster, a trash dumpster at that existing development. And so there will no longer be trash bins lined up on the street overflowing with trash. It will all be dealt with in the dumpster interior to the development. So just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion. I remember VJ made the motion. Did someone make a second?
I did.
Did someone second it? You did. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, are we ready to vote? Okay, all right. Vice Mayor Whistler.
Aye.
Councilman Haynes.
Aye.
Councilman Kapoor.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mayfield.
Aye.
Councilwoman Smith.
Aye.
Councilman Young.
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay, we have one other item under the unfinished business, and it works the same way as the last one. This is a vote to it's a vote to consider a land use incentive grant for Tribute Development Collier Avenue Apartments. I will close the public hearing. Yes. Can I get a motion and a second to approve the land use incentive grant for Tribute Development Collier Avenue Apartments?
This is Gwen Whistler. So moved.
BJ, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I will do a roll call vote. Vice Mayor Whistler.
Aye.
Councilman Haynes.
Nay.
Councilman Kapoor.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mayfield.
Aye.
Councilwoman Smith.
Aye.
Councilman Young.
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay, we're going to skip down to new business. And first I need a motion. This is the only item under new business, to add the joint resolution with Buncombe County to remove the Confederate monuments located at the Buncombe County Courthouse in Impact Square Park, and to establish a jointly appointed task force to recommend the action regarding the removal or repurposing of the Vance Monument. Do I have a motion to add this item to new business?
Councilmember Young, so moved, is read by the mayor.
Okay.
Gwen Whistler seconds.
All right, I have a motion and a second. This joint resolution is virtually available on the agenda. And do I have a copy of it? I was going to read it, but let me look. First, we don't have a staff presentation on this item. So I will just simply read the motion as soon as I can find it, or read the resolution. Here it is. Okay. So this is a joint resolution between the city and the county. It's a joint resolution of the city of Asheville and Buncombe County to remove the Confederate monuments located at the Buncombe County Courthouse and Impact Square Park, and to establish a jointly appointed task force to recommend action regarding the removal or repurposing of the Vance Monument. Whereas monuments to Confederate soldiers and military leaders, which were installed in Asheville and many other communities in the South in the late 19th and early 20th centuries by white Southerners seeking to preserve the Confederacy, are widely perceived as offensive and painful public reminders of the legacy of slavery and present realities of systemic racism in our country. Whereas a memorial monument honoring the 60th Regiment of North Carolina Confederate soldiers currently stands in front of the Buncombe County Courthouse, sitting on county-owned land, and whereas a memorial monument known as the Robert E. Lee Dixie Highway Colonel John Connolly Marker is located in Impact Square Park, sitting on city-owned land, And whereas both of these monuments were paid for and erected by a private organization known as the United Daughters of the Confederacy, and ownership of these monuments has never passed to either the city or the county. And whereas a memorial monument known as the Vance Monument is also located in Pack Square Park, the former site of the county courthouse, which is the likely location where slaves were sold and traded locally. And whereas African-American residents of the city of Asheville and Buncombe County have issued a clear call to remove and/or repurpose these monuments as expeditiously as possible due to the harm they pose, and to replace them with monuments that honor local African-American history and are created by African-American artists. And whereas the Confederacy was formed by its political leaders for the express purpose of perpetuating and expanding slavery of African Americans, and whereas the city of Asheville and Buncombe County recognize the legacy of slavery, institutional segregation, and ongoing systemic racism directly harm public safety and public health, and whereas pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 100-2.1c, the city and county are authorized to remove the two Confederate monuments from public property. And whereas the city of Asheville and Buncombe County are committed to promoting racial equity and justice and desire to express this commitment through a joint resolution of their respective governing boards. And whereas the city of Asheville and Buncombe County desire to remove Confederate monuments from the public spaces within the city of Asheville. And whereas the city of Asheville and Buncombe County desire specifically to remove the monument to Confederate soldiers from the grounds near the courthouse and the Robert E. Lee Monument from Pack Square Park. And whereas the city of Asheville and Buncombe County desire to explore options for removing, relocating, or making alterations to the Vance Monument. And whereas it is the intent of the governing boards of the city of Asheville and Buncombe County that these monuments be replaced or altered in such a manner as to honor the local history of African Americans. And whereas the city of Asheville and Buncombe County want to seek citizen input, and particularly to hear from those most impacted by the monuments regarding the future of the Vance Monument by the establishment of a jointly appointed task force, which will explore options including removal, relocation, and alteration of the monument. And whereas the city of Asheville and Buncombe County approved this resolution jointly at separate meetings of their governing boards. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council and the City of Asheville and the Buncombe County Commission that request is hereby made to the United Daughters of the Confederacy to immediately remove the two Confederate monuments located at the Buncombe County Courthouse and Pack Square Park. The city further requests that it receive from the United Daughters of the Confederacy its intent to remove the monument within 30 days, and that said removal is completed within 90 days. If the intent to remove is not received or the removal is not completed within the specified timeframes from the date of full adoption of this resolution, then the city of Asheville and Buncombe County shall take action to remove the monuments. And whereas, and a jointly appointed task force shall be established by the City Council and the Buncombe County Commission consisting of not more than 12 members, whose appointment will be made in equal numbers by the two governing boards. This task force shall, within 3 months of all appointments being made, provide a report to the City Council and the County Commission with a recommendation regarding the removal and or repurposing of the Vance Monument. Once the report is presented, the task force shall perform such other duties as requested by the governing bodies. When no further action is requested, the task force shall dissolve. Upon passage of this resolution, and until such time as the monument is removed or repurposed, it shall be shrouded in order to reduce its impact on the community and to reduce the risk of harm it presents in its current state. That is the wording of the resolution. We're considering this tonight, and the County Commission intends to take this up at their next meeting. What I would like, or what we can do in terms of the process here, of course, feel free to make any comments, ask any questions. Then we can have a motion. And once we have the motion, we will take comment on this item. Now, because we added it to the agenda today, we don't have submitted written comments, but we can attempt to take live callers. We are having some glitches with that, so we're going to try it. And I'm looking here to see if staff has got that up and running, but hopefully that will work. We have stated on our agenda, as we always do, that we will allow up to 1 hour of comment per agenda item. We may or may not have that in this situation. I don't know, but I'm just mentioning that. All right. Any comments? Yes.
Just a reminder, there's a motion and a second on the table to amend the agenda to add this. So we might want to wrap that up.
Thank you for reminding me that. Okay, so first let's vote on the motion to add this item to the agenda. I will run through the roll call vote. Vice Mayor Whistler.
Aye.
Councilman Haynes.
Aye.
Councilman Kapoor.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mayfield.
Aye.
Councilwoman Smith.
Aye.
Councilman Young.
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay, it's officially added to the agenda. I have read it. Are there any questions or comments before we entertain a motion? Okay. All right, so do I have a motion to adopt the resolution?
This is Gwen Whistler. I'll make that motion to adopt the resolution.
Councilman Young, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before voting on it, all right, do we have any callers on this item that would like to speak on this item? If so, you will have up to 3 minutes to speak. If you're trying to figure out how to get into the caller queue to speak, please press 3 on the menu.
And Mayor, we do currently have 5 people in the queue to speak on this item.
Okay. Dawa, do I need to do anything or just let it roll?
You can just let it roll. We're bringing those audio, or we're making those connections right now.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, I am Meredith Hale. I'm an Asheville resident. I am very much in support of taking Vance Monument and anything dedicated to Robert E. Lee out. I originally called to make a comment on some of the city's other budget proposals, but I can call back August 25th for that. Thank you for hearing me, and I appreciate all the city council members who have spoken for the people today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, sorry. Dawa, are we able to pull up anybody else?
Mayor, we are. We've still got people on the line, and we may need to remind everyone once they hear from the voice on the phone that they've entered the room to please introduce themselves so we can acknowledge that we hear them.
Okay, yes. Callers, please introduce yourself and tell us where you're from or where you live.
Oh, you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Matt Shepard. I live in Asheville, Montford specifically, and I am in favor of removing the Vance Monument, the Robert E. Lee Monument. I think it's beyond time to do that. I commend you for taking that on, and I look forward to seeing the day when those are gone. Also appreciate how head-on council and city manager, how much you've taken on the issues at hand I appreciate the comments from everyone. Is heartening to hear. And I know the budget is pushed back until August, but I'm very much in support of money moving from policing into the Black community. I believe Councilman Keith Young mentioned that. I also look forward to hopefully seeing a continued demilitarization of the police and a diversifying of how we deal with issues within the community, which I've heard people mention during this meeting, such as mental health issues, things with the houseless, et cetera. So I'm hopeful on the course we chart. And I also just want to note everybody that currently the police budget is $29.6 million and Asheville City Schools is $12.6 million. And I would like to see those things. I'd like to see that a bit more equitable as well in the future. And I'm all for participatory budgeting. I think I heard Julie Mayfield, Councilwoman Mayfield mentioned that earlier. I'm all about participatory budgeting, and I look forward to that as well. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you.
This is Rebecca Lilly.
Hello, go ahead.
This is Rebecca Lilly from Marshall, North Carolina. In May of 1898, with the aid of Biltmore Estate English-born architect Richard Sharp Smith, the city of Asheville celebrated the dedication of a monument to a son of North Carolina Governor Zebulon Vance. Tennessee Governor Robert Taylor detailed his years of great service to his state and country as a soldier, governor, senator, and statesman. For well over 120 years, this obelisk has stood as an object of remembrance for a life dedicated to this country. In 2015, $150,000 was given for restoration by historic and preservation groups, individuals, families, and leading businesses of Asheville, such as the Biltmore Company and the Van Winkle Law Firm. In my hand, I hold a copy of a letter from the city of Asheville to the 26th North Carolina troops declaring that, and I quote, "The Vance Monument serves to honor and remember his service to the citizens of North Carolina. We look forward to working with all of you on the preservation and restoration for the Vance Monument, and we are truly thankful to all of you and your donors for your help and support of this amazing project." End quote. The Vance Monument, along with other historical markers found in the center of downtown Asheville, demonstrates an outpouring of grief, respect, and love for those lives represented. Courageous patriots sacrificed much for our country, and many of these are remembered by monuments. The resolution proposed tonight for the removal of our ancient landmarks is fraught with disparities and historical inaccuracies, and is merely an attempt by a small percentage of leftist agenda drivers to remove history and replace it with a discriminatory narrative supportive of violent and illegal acts. By representing, respecting the past, their lives, their stories, we gain a renewed respect for our own life and the lives around us. Removing the monuments and markers will not change the past, but it will enslave future generations in the chains of ignorance. Their removal is also an open desecration of the memory of those lives represented. Sadly, certain hate groups have hijacked our symbols and created a story of division, a lack of patriotism, and many times sinister and un-American ideology. History is the key to our past. It is the truth that I endeavor to teach my own children. We have visited the Vance Monument and the other historical markers in our area, along with many others across our country. For our family, the Vance Monument and these nearby historical markers hold personal value. We are North Carolinians, and this is part of our heritage. In fact, my third great-grandfather served alongside Colonel John Carr Connolly in the 55th North Carolina Regiment. I don't know my great-grandfather's heart, but I do know that he gave much for North Carolina. He survived the Wilderness Campaign and the tragedy of Gettysburg to only live another year in prison camp. The horrible and great have occurred in America. Yeah, we are all people with sinful hearts in need of a Savior's forgiveness. But as that plaque on the Vance Monument says, it is so that the future may learn from the past. In the spirit of the original purpose and design and dedication by the city of Asheville and those many others who care to recognize the lives of Governor Vance and other North Carolinians, we remind the City Council to stand for what was raised in 1898 and restored in 2015, the history of North Carolina. Thank you.
Mayor and members of council, this is Leslie Anderson. I live in Asheville. I favor the repurposing of the Vance Monument, although I need to understand what the city and county mean by that word. The other three monuments, I believe, need to be removed. As was noted many times over the last 2 weeks, stories and story of people are deeply life-giving and important. Listening to diverse stories from people of color and everyone is essential and beautiful. To take down monuments of history and story because of what they represent misses the opportunity and is the opposite of appropriate action, in my opinion. Making the physical go away, it's just too easy. Yes, it's satisfying to relieve the hurt personally and politically and remove the ever-present reminder of a very difficult, grief-ridden past. However, that negates the truth and allows us to forget and dismiss it. I favor the approach taken in Germany following the Holocaust. Own the tragedy. Make it clear where cruel mistakes were made and then ignored by the government. Create and install ways to interpret the history prominently and teach that content. Do not wipe away the reality of history. Rather, fervently teach from it. The forget it approach is too easy. It tosses away the necessary, arduous work of teaching fundamental, universal truth through place, through story, through relationships, and experience. Part of Asheville's success is the anchoring of downtown by numerous incredible features. Yes, including Pack Square. In that space, let's interpret the full story of Vance and Asheville using interpretive plaques in the ground plane as part of the Urban Trail Station at that site. Let's also determine an effective way to interpret what outstanding people of color and other contributors mean to Asheville and Buncombe County. Let's make Pack Square's
Okay, everybody, that very bizarre noise that you hear is actually Maggie's buzzer. So that's the 3-minute mark. I thought it was a technical error, but so if you hear that strange electronic sound, that's Maggie's 3-minute buzzer. Again, that you have 3 minutes to speak. Please introduce yourself and tell us where you live.
Hi, my name is Lauren Bacchus, and I'm a resident of Asheville. And I was originally going to comment on the budget, but like the other callers have said, I'll attend when that's readdressed during the public hearing portion on the August 25th. But in regards to Vance Monument, it definitely should be Black-led, and Black leadership should determine what should happen with it. I personally am not Black, I'm white, so I don't really feel completely like it's my area to comment on it, but listening to earlier comments, I did want to say that while it's really important that this happens, that Vance Monument and other Confederate monuments and monuments to white supremacy are removed, simultaneously, it's very important that the work that we do collectively to abolish certain systems of white supremacy and then build them back again, not under the rule of white supremacy, is really important. So our actions need to match the symbolic acts that we also take. And so I wanted to echo some of the council people's comments. Thank y'all so much. And some of the other callers, just that we do need to take it down, but we also need to recognize that there's a reason why there was a restoration to a monument to white supremacy in the center of our town in 2015, and how that happened. And it's because our systems here are still run through white supremacy and by means of white supremacy. So it's actually been an accurate representation of how things have been functioning. And so it's a great opportunity to change both the symbology that's out there and also the meaning behind it. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ronald and I'm a citizen of Asheville. I for the Confederate in this area because most just put up were not put up until the era of Jim Crow laws. They weren't put up to be a reminder or in remembrance of soldiers who died fighting for the Confederacy. They were put up to intimidate and politically isolate the Black communities of the South. And they, as a reminder of white supremacy and hatred that spawned from racial bias and racism.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Madeline Hancock. Thank you. My name is Madeline Hancock, and I'm a citizen of Asheville. I just want to say that I do not feel comfortable living in a city that does not acknowledge our history and continues to have a monument that represents racism systematically in our city and in our country for years and years. I just think that echoing a lot of the folks who have spoken already, we should be looking towards Black leadership in our city to make the next moves as to what to do with this statue. We're not trying to erase history. We're trying to acknowledge it, have some justice, and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is
Hi, my name is Katie Hudson, and I am calling in to say that we should absolutely remove the Vance and Robert E. Lee statues. There has been a continued community effort to remove these monuments for years in Asheville. We also must listen to council members such as Young, Smith, and Haynes in order to listen to the Black Asheville demands of defunding 50% of the APD budget, redirecting it to fortifying our Black community, and reinvesting in community health. The removal of these monuments will only serve as a visual reminder that we are committed to community justice in the city of Asheville. Please make this completely superficial gesture to the community as a promise that you will listen to protesters' demands. Thank you very much, and please listen to the leaders of Black Asheville.
Thank you.
Hi, council members. My name is Victoria Estes, and I am a resident of Arden, North Carolina. In reference to the statues and the monument, I completely agree that they need to be taken down and removed from the city. I think we should be listening to Black leadership. Best case scenario, move those monuments to Vance's birthplace and out of downtown. That is not what I personally would like. I would like to just see them destroyed. Also, along with what the speaker before me said, I will agree that Mr. Young, Mr. Haynes, the council members that spoke out, agreeing that we need a 50% reduced budget in the police. I completely agree that that needs to be addressed. I also agree with Mr. Young's statement that these proposed teams that Police Chief Zach proposed for the homeless issue and healthcare issues, those people that make up that team don't need to be police officers. They need to be members of the community. I completely agree as well that we need to have a board of community members that help make these decisions for you guys, help raise publicity for these kinds of things, and help get the rest of the community involved. Because from what I've seen tonight, you guys are on our side and you would like to see justice served, and we as community members need to help you do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, everybody. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Hi, my name is Mary, and I live in Black Mountain, North Carolina. And I just wanted to call in addressing some of the concerns that people have been talking about. Just to say outright, I am in favor of having these monuments and these statues being torn down. And the reason why is that statues don't just remind us of history, right? They memorialize the things that happened. And I think by who we're memorializing, we're really saying a lot. So the fact that we have this stuff about Robert E. Lee, who was a general for the Confederacy, that we have a statue for Governor Vance, who was also like extremely involved in the Confederacy, I think really says a lot. And I think that as Ashevilleans and as North Carolinians and as Americans, we need to really think about what values we want to uplift and memorialize through our public works. And I think that these statues are uplifting something that I personally don't really believe in, and it's uplifting ideals of, this heritage, not hate kind of mentality, because at the end of the day, the Confederacy in itself was un-American, right? That was the whole point, was it was seceding from the U.S. And it did it because white people wanted to own slaves. And that in itself is inherently racist. So I think that it's time that we step up and we remove these racist statues and monuments from our beautiful city and make a stand and show people that we really care about our communities of color, specifically the Black community, and that we want to show a commitment to making this a better place for them. And I wanted to say that it also is an issue of public safety. I went to UNC, I just graduated this past year, and we had, you might have heard of Silent Sam, our Confederate monument that was on our campus. And I was there for when Maya Little and many of the other protesters tore it down. And it was a huge statement, and it was amazing. And it incited a lot of protests like we are seeing today. And I think the peaceful removal of these statues should be our utmost priority at the current time. And thank you so much for your efforts of putting this forward and really trying to get something done and be proactive. And I really appreciate it. And thank you for all you do. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
This is Columbo of Asheville, calling in support of removing both monuments and also asking that that is done in accord with how the Black community would want to see it being done and with their input. And I look forward to that. And I want to thank City Council for bringing this to a vote. And I also look forward to City Council's continued action on budget items, including the police. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marika Straw. I'm a resident of Asheville, and I am also calling to support taking down the Vance Monument and the Robert E. Lee statue.
Did you just hear a dude speaking when she started talking? Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Wait, somehow
Is
we
there
have
two of us coming through?
Here. Hold on. We have two people on here.
Please don't hang up on me.
Okay. Can you, we had someone already speaking. Can you go ahead and keep speaking?
Hey, are you talking to me?
No.
Go for it.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to let you go first. I'm still on the phone. I'm going to let the other person go on first.
Cool. Okay, my name is Michael Martinez. I'm from member of the Asheville, North Carolina community. Also somebody who's been involved over the past few weeks watching what's been happening in our city. And I think this is a very, very, very important time for us to take this moment to get rid of these statues. I'll just serve to remember you that the swastika was a symbol of peace before it was co-opted by the Nazis, and the Nazis no longer display swastikas in their cities. The United States government displays swastikas in our cities. We allow this to happen. City council, everybody in the government, everybody in the town is complicit in that. And I think this is our opportunity to show people like me, Afro-Latin people of this country, African-American people of this country, Black people of this country, that we actually stand with them for once. Asheville as a city needs to stand for this. And we also need to listen to the demands and adopt the demands that were presented before city council. And we haven't spoke about this except for Councilman Haynes about abolishing police. And I absolutely believe that that is the future of Asheville and the rest of the country. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Marika Straw, and I am a resident of Asheville. I am also calling to support bringing down the Vance Monument and the Robert E. Lee statue for all of the reasons that people have already voiced for bringing them down. Very eloquent. Thank you for that. I support bringing them down in the way that the Black community prefers it done, and I support new statues being erected that are honoring the Black history of this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is A.V. Menard. I am a resident of Asheville. I want first off to express profound concern about the proposal espoused by our current chief of police, and want to say that the demands of the people are in and they are consolidated. And I have a certain amount of skepticism about pushing the budget hearing once again to August 25th as a means of watering down the voice of the people. The demands of Black Asheville are as follows: to invest and divest. We demanded a divestment from the police and investment in Black communities. 50% of the ADP's budget should be invested in long-term safety strategies, including supporting Black startups and businesses, eliminating the racial opportunity gap in Asheville City Schools, and funding an all-civilian oversight committee with the power to hold the APD and individual officers accountable. Reparations. It was a motion agenda. It was added to the agenda today, whereas the invest and divest motion was pushed 2 months into the future. And I would just ask and request that the city council remain accountable to these demands through the passage of time. I think about what Mayor Manheimer said about her thanks for the people pushing for big changes. And I want to say the city council is on notice for meeting those changes. The agenda is already in. End the war on Black people and divest in the police. We'll be back on August 25th.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name's Grace Martinez, and I'm a resident of Asheville. I moved to Asheville 13 years ago, thinking that I was moving to a liberal community that is in alignment with my values. But since I have been here, I have been witness to the deep hatred that lives among us and puts the lives of our Black and brown community members at risk every single day. I believe that these statues are not only symbolic, but they lift up the actions of those that have fought to promote white supremacy and that were established with fear and intimidation in mind. As a protester throughout these past 9 days, It is painfully obvious that white supremacists still live here and continue to express their power, whether it be through the actions of the Asheville Police Department and Chief Zach attacking their own people using chemical weapons, which are illegal in war, to shooting us to maintain these systems of control. I have witnessed the intimidation used by white supremacist groups that are alive and well, including just now outside of your meeting when a black pickup truck attempted to run over a group of our protesters with absolutely no help or assistance from the Asheville Police Department. I think that the removal or repurposing of these monuments is only the very beginning of the work that needs to be done in our communities that should be led by Black and Brown leadership to create equity and justice. We need to abolish our police department immediately. I've heard the sentiment that this is not who we are, but it is who we are. And until we take responsibility, not only for dealing with these statues, but for dealing with the white supremacy that lives in our government and in our organizations, we will not have begun the work to make our world more equitable. And it will continue to be a representation of exactly who Asheville is. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Bernhardt. I'm a student at UNC Asheville, and I'm speaking on response to David Dack's presentation on the prioritization of
We're on
mental
a
health
different
for
agenda
the,
item.
police officers.
Ma'am, we're on a different agenda item. We're doing the resolution on the removal of the Confederate monuments. Did you have any comment on that item?
Yeah, I think it should be removed. It's racist and it's a representation of slavery. And if we want to be speaking of importance of history, this is history that we're speaking of right now. Removing this is our history.
Thank you.
Hi, am I able to be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, yes. My name is Angelina Newman Holcomb, and I do believe in the removal of the Vance Monument because I do have a biracial son, and I believe that these Confederate monuments should be taken down because I want my child to grow up in a safe America, a safe Asheville, and praising Confederacy, which was promoting slavery in this community, is just unacceptable. America is following the trend of bringing down these Confederate monuments. And I believe Asheville should follow in the footsteps and take these monuments down. Slavery by no means was okay. Now, these men, women, and children were brought to this country against their will and made to work on plantations. If you look into the history of Vance, they owned a plantation who had many slaves. And as I sit here looking at this Vance monument at this very moment, I do not believe we should promote racism and slavery, no matter what Vance did for this community. Hundreds of years prior, it's not okay. I believe that it should come down, and I believe a monument should replace it. Something that would be beneficial to Asheville, the unity, the beauty, the music, the culture that is here. This is a peace-loving community, except for, there are some people like we've seen today that drove through a peaceful protest in Asheville, which was not okay, and they were not arrested nor detained, and many people were injured. But I do believe that this monument should come down and be replaced by something the community agrees that should replace it, because I want my children to know in the future that the past was not okay, and we don't want the past to be tomorrow's future. Thank you very much for letting me share.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon.
Just confirm you can hear me, please.
Yes, we can hear you.
So, all right, so we take this monument down.
Can
We
you
take
tell
both
us
of them
your
down.
name and where you live?
Justin, South Asheville. So we take them down. What do we accomplish? Right? I mean, those that have been speaking over the past few weeks, those true protesters that have a true feeling of injustice with society, it's not solving the problem. Taking down a statue is a tangible thing, right? The ideas of putting in leadership, statues of leadership within the community, the Black community in downtown Asheville, sends a different signal of bringing folks together and recognizing accomplishments within the Black community, okay? I'm not talking about politicians. I'm talking about true leaders, whether it be teachers, firefighters, policemen, ambulance, etc. Put them in the center stage of downtown Asheville with our history, because our history leads us to a brighter future. And that's where we're trying to go. And we have to learn from the past. And tearing it down tells nobody anything. It doesn't help anybody learn anything, okay? Look, my strict opinion is this, is that I believe that the Black community, what they honestly want is the road to the middle class. It's been something that's been fighting for years and years and years and years. This does not help that cause at all. We need more members in the Black community, in the middle class, with kids going to great schools, safe neighborhoods, great jobs. That is the problem. That is the problem. Silent Sam came down a year and a half ago, and these folks get on here and they preach to you. They're fighting for a cause. Well, guess what? More of this garbage happened after that came down and had national publication across the entire United States, bringing down a statue. It's all about policy, helping people get out of the current conditions that they're in and giving them a pathway to it. A statute is a Band-Aid that will come down, and half these folks that are on these calls saying, bring it down, they'll be by the wayside weeks from now, like you said, Mayor, a month, 2 months from now, they're going to forget about it and move on. And guess what? These Black communities and cities that have been terrorized, not the peaceful protesters, they got to go back to them right now and start over. And it's a damn shame. It is an absolute shame, because there's good, hard, honest, working people. And that's what we're trying to fight here. A statute does nothing. It does nothing to help this problem. I hope that you consider my opinion, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joseph Fitzgerald. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Hello,
you.
can you hear me? I am calling. I live in Asheville. I've been here most of my life, for decades. I've seen a lot go on in this town with white supremacy and just outright institutional racism within the police department and all other branches of our government, elected officials as well. I am for the removal of the monuments. I understand that some people may see significance in this, but I have to agree with the previous caller that the swastika was originally a symbol of peace. It is now a symbol of oppression, just like the Confederate flag and what the Confederacy means. It's a symbol of oppression. And it's also a symbol of intimidation that breeds white supremacy. I'm also in line with listening to Black and brown leaders defunding the APD by 50% and reallocating the money to communities of color and for our mental health for our citizens. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, thanks. My name is Rebecca LeBlue. I'm a citizen of Asheville, North Carolina, going on 14 years now. With regards to the monuments, I'm of course in favor for removing all of them. And to sort of respond to some things I've heard previously on the call, I think it's important to remember that, the history of these monuments is going to exist whether the monuments are still in place or not. And so removing them for that reason is imperative. The idea that we can forget the past by taking the monuments down is the view of the privileged that don't have to, deal with seeing the monument and deal with institutionalized racism on a daily basis. The history of those monuments will still exist. And so in order to not put them in a spotlight, in order to not glorify these actions of the past, it's important we take down these massive structures that commemorate them. I'd also like to add that in terms of the fate of the Vance Monument, I know you've outlined 3 possible plans for that, whether it be full removal, putting it to another location, or rededicating it. And I'd like to add that I think it's imperative that we fully remove the Vance Monument. It's been in its place for some time now, and it has stood in the eyes of the public for the Confederacy and for slavery for the entire time it has been there. And to simply rededicate it would not be doing enough, and would not be enough on the actions of the council to reject these ideas. I suggest that the monument is fully removed so that we give the opportunity to Black artists, possibly commission them to make something in its place and pay them, of course, to do this, that will commemorate the history of the Black Asheville community. But simply rededicating the statue is not doing enough to reject these ideals. I'd also like to echo a really eloquent comment I heard from a previous speaker that says this is a superficial gesture. And that's true. And for that reason, it has to be done, no questions asked. And that I hope that after this necessary gesture, this gesture that is a long time coming, has been made, superficial as it is, you take the steps to, continue listening to Black Asheville leaders and following up on the demands that they've made. To get slightly off topic again, whether that be defunding the police department, which I am in favor of, but knowing that taking down these monuments, while important, is also a superficial gesture, and that the real policy work is still yet to come. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, you've got Jack from Haw Creek. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. So I am also in favor of taking the monuments down for all the previous reasons, but also because the erasure of all of the history that was made by Black and Brown community, people of our community, is unacceptable. We're doing a violence by denying them images of this history and what has been, and therefore what could be, because the things that we celebrate and the things that we put in front of ourselves every day are what show everyone, but particularly children, like what the space of possibility is for themselves and therefore the future. From my own experience, this is true of things that I saw people, like women in my own family, do. It has changed the arc of my life. And as an earlier caller mentioned, we obviously need to teach the full history, including what was done wrong, but we need the full history of all of the amazing things our community of color has done. And I hope everyone can get the distinction that teaching about a history in a nuanced way isn't the same as the things we celebrate in a public square. And as another caller mentioned, this is a yes and solution. Obviously, there are many things that need to be done. This is the most superficial, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't need to be done. It does. And on another note, please investigate police unions. We know where the real power lies. And we are the boss of the police. We negotiate at the ballot box. We don't have a say in these union contracts. And they are causing a lot of harm, obviously, to people all over our country and all over the world. And we need to invalidate these illegal documents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi. I know you're tired of answering the question, but can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you. My name's Chris. I was living in East Asheville until recently. I moved to Weaverville, but I still work here. So I am in favor of preserving history and telling our stories, because if we don't, then we do forget history. But there's some nuance to that. Regarding the Vance Monument and the Robert E. Lee Monument, I'd like to make an analogy. General Shivington was a U.S. general in Colorado. He was charged with removing the Indian population in the 1800s from Colorado. This is before Colorado was a state, and he was a U.S. general, not a Confederate general. He is the one who led the Sand Creek Massacre, where thousands of Arapaho, Cheyennes, and other tribes were slaughtered when they were giving the peace sign and white flag and saying, "We're not here to fight." It was shortly after the Sand Creek Massacre that Colorado became a state, largely because of the Sand Creek Massacre that Colorado became a state. Now, if in Denver somewhere there's a statue of General Shivington that just says "In Memoriam of General Shivington," that would be a monument to white supremacy. No question. If there was nothing to contextualize what he did and the wrongs that he caused and the violence, I mean, that's just praising white supremacy and the fact that white folks didn't want non-white folks living in Colorado. So, I mean, that's how I feel about the Robert E. Lee and the Vance monuments. If there's nothing there to contextualize and say this was fought to keep Black people enslaved, then it's not preserving history. It's just a totem to white supremacy. And I'm actually standing in front of the monument to the Battle of Chickamauga right now. And it says, "By the Asheville chapter of the Daughters of the Confederacy and friends, this monument is erected commemorating the heroic part taken by the 60th Regiment NC Volunteers in the Great Battle of Chickamauga." And it gives the date, and then it says where it was given post of honor by state commissioner appointed in 1893. And then it starts to say that it'll be placed where the battle, there will, to locate the position of each, and it starts to get faded out and you can't really read it. If you go around the side of the monument, there is what appears to be a description of the battle that happened, but it's so faded that you can't read it. If you go around the other sides of the monument, it's just names of people that were in the Confederacy, and dates. You know, I think I heard one of the council persons say earlier that this monument doesn't belong to the city. It actually still belongs to the Daughters of the Confederacy. So I guess my question is, like, why is a private organization erecting a monument in public to a battle that was trying to keep people enslaved, to keep a large part of our population enslaved?
Okay, I'm taking over for Esther for a minute. So we'll take the next caller. Do we have anyone else, Maggie or Dawa or?
That's being handled by Dawa.
Okay. Dawa, anyone else?
Vice Mayor, this is Deborah. We are trying to see if there is anyone else in the queue. I'm hoping I can get a response just shortly.
Okay. Thank you. Take it away, Esther.
Mayor, this is Deborah. I'm not sure if you're getting any additional information. So I would, if you don't mind, I'd recommend we move on. I'm in contact with them via text message, so hopefully if we need to come back to this agenda item, Brad, is that appropriate?
Well, we're just about at our hour mark. Anyway, so I think we're probably okay. We do have a motion and a second on this item. So we are at the point where we will vote, but are there any other questions or comments?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make some comments.
Okay, please.
I've heard a bunch of the callers here tonight, and some for and some against the removal of these monuments, and I actually heard a few people mention context. So I'd like to share a bit of context from my own personal standpoint on the matter. My family has a long history here in the city of Asheville. My son's name is William Young. My name is William Young, if some don't know. My father's name is William Young. My grandfather's name, where we land at, is also William Young. That William Young was born approximately 50 years after the end of the Civil War. He was a corporal in the United States Air Force and fought in World War II. I was fortunate enough to be able to speak with my grandfather about his experiences in life. And more so the experiences of his father, my great-grandfather, who was Walter Young. He was born in 1888 and right dead smack in the middle of Jim Crow. And so when I hear people say we need to add context, that it won't do anything, it doesn't mean anything, critics will sometimes say removing a flag or monument or renaming a military base or school or ending a state holiday is tantamount to erasing history. When in fact, for example, across this country, but mostly in the South, Confederate flag supporters. They held more than 350 rallies in the 6 months after the Charleston attack. In Charlottesville, Virginia, which I was fortunate enough to meet the actual city council member who put this motion on the table, the city council voted to remove statues of Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson. That sparked several demonstrations, including deadly protests in August of 2017, which was one of the largest white supremacist rallies in decades. The argument that, say, the Confederate flag or statues or monuments or other displays represent heritage, not hate, ignores the near universal heritage of African Americans whose ancestors, my great-grandfather, born in 1888, dead smack in Jim Crow, and his father, who was enslaved, that ignores the near universal heritage of those individuals who were enslaved by millions in the South. And it trivializes their pain, their history, and their concern about racism, whether it's the racism of the past or it's the racism of today. And it conceals the true history of the Confederate States of America and the 7 decades of Jim Crow segregation and oppression that followed the Reconstruction era. And there is no doubt that if you ask any historian that the Confederacy was established upon the premise of white supremacy, and that the South fought the Civil War to preserve its slave labor. Its founding documents and its leaders were very clear. They were very clear in what their intentions were. Our new government is founded upon the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man. The slavery subordination to the superior race is his natural and normal condition, declared by the Confederate Vice President Alexander H. Stevens. And that was in 1861. That was his cornerstone speech. That is what that represents. And those statues and monuments were not erected during Reconstruction. They were not erected during Jim Crow. They were erected sometime far after that to remind Black men and women that we still have power, we still have control, and this is your place in our society. I don't want to be a part of that. And if anybody else wants to be a part of that, you show your true colors. That's all I have to say.
Mayor, excuse me, Mayor, this is Deborah.
Yeah.
We unfortunately lost connection, and I don't think that Councilmember Keith was heard. I think we lost.
Well, okay. Yeah, hold on just a second, because I think one channel was working. So what are we, I'm being told to wait and let somebody work through something, but I'm not sure what kind of technical issue? Do we all need to log off and log back on? Do we need to just hang tight?
I think it is volume. Mayor, I am going to
step
I'm
away.
hearing
From the public that they did hear Keith.
Okay,
so
good.
I'm not sure.
Mayor, this is Dawa, and we've had over 500 people on the telephone line listening to this meeting, and they were not able to hear what.
Okay, but the stream was working.
Keith did on YouTube, but not on the public input site. We lost our connection to the phone line to your Google meeting is what happened. So if we can pause for a moment, and I apologize to Councilmember Young that there's a portion of our following that did not hear what he just shared. Let us see what we can do about getting the connection back through your Google Meet. We'll need a few minutes on that technical end.
This is
Julie, it should be, if it was still coming through on YouTube, and I was hearing from people that it was, people can go to that. I mean, that's a recording that is a permanent recording, so people can go hear that when they have time, and they should.
Okay, folks, if I am hearing that folks could hear that on YouTube, and they could also hear Councilman Young's comments on the public engagement software. So I'm not sure what the disconnect is here, but apparently those groups could hear. So just so you know.
Yeah, I think it may be on the live calls, but I'm sorry,
Yes, it's the phone line where we have those 500 people that are calling in. A lot of them are listening. So if they were listening on video, they can hear, and that is recorded through YouTube. So Councilmember Mayfield is absolutely correct. But if we're going to continue to allow people to speak in live, we've got to figure out this problem of why it was dropped. Oh, and we're back. Okay.
Okay. Councilman Young, do you want to reiterate any of your comments, or do you?
Madam Mayor, I would just suggest that if you didn't hear my comments, that you would go to the YouTube and replay them there when they are available. I don't think I can do that again. So.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to make any comments on this before we vote on this item?
I would like to say that this is not insignificant. This is not an insignificant action. I do believe that it will jumpstart healing from racial trauma that a lot of us experience, and the racial trauma that's even passed through our bloodline. I'm hoping that we'll see this as equally powerful as it is ceremonial. I think it's ceremonial in nature, inaugurating the demolition of a lot of the systems that affect Blacks in society, from criminal justice, housing, employment, and education. These legacies have been there. The legacy of white supremacy has been there. And I think it's time for us to confront those. They're deeply interconnected, and they're definitely connected to the legacy of white supremacy that we've seen used over time to discourage the Blacks' rise in political power and economic power during the Reconstruction era. So I know that we'll hear a lot of dissenters that will try to come in and neutralize the conversation and to say that these monuments do not represent the intimidation tactics of white supremacist groups and those in power at the time. And they are not reaffirming white supremacy even today. But I think a lot of us are educated to understand differently. So I'm glad to be a part of this part of history. When I ran for city council, I felt it, that we were going to be history makers. And I hate that the opportunity came at the death of George Floyd, but I am grateful that working through racial healing and working through a lot of our trauma, we can start to pull together and be a reconciled Asheville and lead the rest of the nation in racial reconciliation. So thank you to all of us who put in the hard work and the joint effort from Buncombe County Commissioners.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to comment on this item before we vote on it? We have concluded the comment portion on this item. I'm being asked to reiterate that. Nope. Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. I'm going to conduct a roll call vote. Please say aye or nay. Vice Mayor Whistler.
Aye.
Councilman Haynes.
Aye.
Councilman Kapoor.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mayfield.
Aye.
Councilwoman Smith.
Aye.
Councilman Young.
For my great grandfather, aye.
And I'm aye. Wow. I'm having like, that's a moment. That's a moment. Okay. We have next our public hearing items. The first item is a public hearing to consider an amendment to a previously approved conditional zoning of 1500 Tunnel Road, known as True Hotel, to include a freestanding identification sign. If you would like to comment on this item, please call in and listen to the meeting by phone. And remember to turn down your television or computer if you're also watching the meeting. And remember, there'll be a little bit of a delay of 4 seconds behind the television, and the live stream is about a 10-second delay. And if you're listening by phone, you will experience the meeting in real time. After the welcome message, you'll be prompted to press star for more options. Next, you have 3 options. If you would like to join the speaker queue for this item, please press 3. Again, we're moving into the public hearings agenda. This is the item regarding the previously approved conditional zoning at 1500 Tunnel Road, known as True Hotel, to include a freestanding identification sign. I see here that we'll have Sasha Vertunsky. Hopefully I didn't murder your last name. Here to present on this item.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. I'm Sasha Vertunsky with the Planning and Urban Design Department. As you stated, this is a petition to amend a CZ, a conditional zoning for 1500 Tunnel Road. This hotel, as you can see from the Exhibit A map, is at the eastern edge of our city. It's right on the city line. This hotel was approved by City Council on July 25th, 2017. It's an 86-room hotel, and it's about 43,000 square foot building. In that original conditional zoning approval, there was a attached building sign that was a part of the drawings and was approved, but there was no specific language in the ordinance or the B1 conditions around a freestanding sign. So unfortunately, we're here tonight to correct that. And in your packet, this is a map of where sign locations are being proposed. Really the only, the freestanding sign is kind of in the middle, is number 2, and the building signage is also indicated. There are some small arrow signs, which you don't have to approve. Those are just allowed by the Unified Development Ordinance. So this is just a picture of the attached building signage. And this is a picture of the freestanding monument sign. Both of these signs are smaller than what would have been allowed under highway business zoning. And we had language in the, we added one condition to the B1 conditions that basically signage for the project shall be limited to one freestanding monument sign, not to exceed 12 feet in height and 60 square feet in size, and one wall mounted sign not to exceed 80 square feet in size. So these numbers are a little bit bigger than what are being proposed right now, and that gives Mr. Patel some flexibility in the future in case his hotel was rebranded or changed in some way. So I think that's what we're suggesting, and staff supports this amendment and finds that it's compliant and also consistent with the surrounding area. And that concludes my presentation. Mr. Patel is here also, if I don't know.
Does he wish to make any comments before I ask for questions or comments from council?
Yes, I do, Mayor.
Okay.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. My name is HP Patel, and I'm the petitioner and the owner of the True Hotel. I want to be brief, as this is a fairly simple request. This hotel was approved by City Council in 2017, as it was the first hotel to be presented at City Council under the new CZ lodging expansion zoning. Signage was not requested in the original approval, therefore, we're having to come to City Council tonight to request it. Most of you probably remember this proposal besides Councilman Kapoor and Councilwoman Smith, who were not on the council at the time. Just to summarize, the property was a previously rundown 120-room motel that I purchased in a foreclosure from the city of Asheville to build a more modern 86-room hotel. Unfortunately, at the time, I had assumed that the signage would not need city council approval and would be installed per the underlying zoning defined by the UDO. All the other hotel properties on that interchange of exit 55, I-40 and exit 55 are zoned highway business and all have 25-foot signs. The sign for True, as outlined by Sasha, is much smaller than all the neighboring hotels and is only 10 foot tall. Let me be clear. I am not asking for anything above and beyond what other businesses are already allowed to have regarding signage. We are actually proposing a much smaller sign than all of our competition. Staff has fully supported this sign and has recognized that this was left off the original conditions merely as an oversight. I am asking for your support as my business moves forward in this very challenging time. Thank you for your consideration.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that. So I guess I'm taking over. Does any of the council members have any questions? I believe I asked for public comment first before I get a motion. Is that right, Brad? Under public hearings?
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, I was unmuting myself.
Okay.
This is a public hearing, so you need to open the public hearing at this point and take public comments first.
That's what I thought. Okay, so I will open the public hearing. Is there anyone on the line that would like to comment on this motion?
Vice Mayor, was we have one voicemail, and we do have people in the queue to speak during this time.
Okay.
Voicemail message. Hello, I'm calling regarding the True Hotel sign and speaking on behalf of myself through Crawford and my business. We are next door neighbors to the hotel. Back in 2017, Air Campground spoke in favor of this as we always knew the old hotel would be replaced with a new hotel. I speak in favor again today. We didn't expect affordable housing project to get caught up in the larger struggle Asheville was having with hotels and lodging. Sometimes your house is on fire. You get some water damage. It can be repaired. We can build affordable housing and have hotels. Please bring forward a project manager who can shepherd these frequently complicated projects through the city, and please complete the process of rewriting the UDO and bridging and the funding gap for more affordable homes. Dakota Eisenhower, every gun that is every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies the final sense of theft from those who hunger not fed, those who are cold and not clothed. This world in arms is not spending money alone. It is spending the sweat of its laborers, the genius of scientists, and the hope of its children. Thank you for your time. End of voicemail messages.
Okay. All right, so we will then close the public hearing. And let me just remind everyone what we're talking about here is a signage issue only. This is not a consideration of approving a hotel because we are under a hotel moratorium. But this is just dealing with the signage issue for this hotel, which has already been constructed. Do we have a motion?
I'm sorry, Mayor. I don't believe that you need to close the public hearing at this time because it needs to be.
Right. I'm sorry. We have the 24-hour grace period. That's right. Okay. And so we don't need a motion on this tonight, right, Brad? We're not voting on this tonight. Sorry, I was having technical difficulties.
That is correct. Yes. The Madam Clerk is absolutely correct. You have still 24 hours if anybody wishes to submit emailed comments that we will provide to the council.
Okay.
And I believe, Mayor, that you need a motion to recess the public hearing. Is that correct, Mr.
All right,
Frank?
I will read the script. All right. Do we have any, I missed this because I was offline, but do we have any live callers that wish to comment on this item? No. Okay. All right. Okay. Do I have a motion and a second to recess the public hearing to consider an amendment to a previously approved conditional zoning at 1500 Tunnel Road, known as True Hotel, to include a freestanding identification sign?
This is Sasha. I'm sorry, you weren't being able to hear Dawa. We've got several people on the line waiting to comment.
On this item?
Yes, ma'am.
For some reason, I can't hear Dawa. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Sort of, not really. I think. Do we have any callers on this item?
Yes, we're trying to play them. Just 1 second.
Okay, folks, we've got technical difficulties here.
Everyone's going to come back at 8:50.
What I'm being told is that we all have to get out of this meeting. We have to exit out of this meeting and jump back into it at 8:50. So look at your phones, your computers. That's in 3 minutes. If you could just, and then join us back here at 8:50. Now, thanks.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Max, and I believe that the fairly recent addition of asking people where they are from is a racist practice that you know full well that many people of color have been forced out of living inside the city limits, and this tactic is used realistically to try to shut down the voices of those people who no longer live inside the city limits because they can't afford it. So I will not be saying where I live tonight. Today I witnessed a truck drive into peaceful protesters.
Sir, we're taking public comment on item A on the public hearing agenda. We're under the item A concerning the True Hotel's request for a a zoning permit for a sign issue. If this is an amendment to a conditional zoning application for a sign application. But we will have public comment at the end of the meeting, so you're certainly welcome to comment then on any item, any topic.
Okay, well, if the police are here for our public safety, I would hope they would arrest that person.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone in the queue that wants to speak to this first item under the public hearing agenda, an amendment to a previously approved conditional zoning at 1500 Tunnel Road, known as the True Hotel? This is under our public hearing portion of our agenda. Okay, do we have any indication that there's anyone in the queue on this item?
Hi, yes, this is Claudia Cornane. I would like to speak at the end of the meeting to the Black Asheville demand.
Okay, but we will get to that after the public hearings agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, it appears that the folks that were in the queue have now left. So that is the end of the calls that we have in the queue for this agenda item.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this point, we need a motion and a second to recess the public hearing to consider an amendment to a previously approved conditional zoning at 1500 Tunnel Road, known as True Hotel, to include a freestanding identification sign. Do I have a motion?
Yeah, this is VJ. Motion to recess.
Okay, and do I have a second?
I'll second that.
This is Gwen. Second. Oh, I'm sorry.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, Julie seconded it. Now we'll vote to move this item to June 23rd for final action. And when I say your name, please say aye or nay. Unmute yourself.
I am unmuted.
Vice Mayor
I
Whistler.
didn't hear you say anything.
Oh, I said, this is the motion. Aye or nay?
Oh, no,
Vice Mayor Whistler.
I didn't hear. Aye.
Councilman Haynes.
Aye.
Councilman Kapoor.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mayfield.
Aye.
Councilwoman Smith.
Aye.
Councilman Young.
Aye.
And aye. So we will take action on that item at our next meeting. Thank you, Mr. Patel, for joining us. The next item, the Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership Act Funds Annual Action Plan for fiscal year 2020-2021 needs to be moved to July 14th. A public hearing on July 14th. Do I have a motion to continue this item to July 14th?
This is VJ, so moved.
This is Gwen, second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any questions, council, before we vote on this item? I'm, okay, I'll roll call vote. Vice Mayor Whistler.
Aye.
Councilman Haynes.
Aye.
Councilman Kapoor.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mayfield.
Aye.
Councilwoman Smith.
Aye.
Councilman Young.
Aye.
And aye. Okay. The next item needs to be continued as well. This is the 2019-2020 Annual Action Plan to allocate funds to help prevent, prepare for, and respond to COVID-19. This item needs to be continued to June 23rd. Do I have a motion to continue this item to June 23rd?
Yep, this is VJ, so moved.
And do I have a second?
Shanika, second.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take a roll call vote. Vice Mayor Whistler.
Aye.
Councilman Haynes.
Aye.
Councilman Kapoor.
Aye.
Councilwoman Mayfield.
Aye.
Councilwoman Smith. Councilman Young.
Aye.
Aye.
And myself, aye. We have already continued the final public hearing item. This is the budget. So we have moved that public hearing again to August 25th. We have reached the portion of our agenda under informal discussion and public comment. As advertised, we're allowing up to 1 hour of public comment on each agenda item, including this item, public comment. This is the open public comment. And the advertised format for this portion is to toggle back and forth between pre-recorded messages that have been left for us and then live callers who are waiting in the queue. So if you are waiting, if you are listening and you would like to comment here under informal discussion and public comment, you will have 3 minutes to do so. And when you hear the bell, which doesn't really sound like a bell, sort of sounds like an electronic noise, that is the end of the 3 minutes. So we have more public comment recordings than we can play in 1 hour. And I believe the plan is to also, Maggie, maybe you can confirm this, but the plan is also to post the transcript of the messages that have been left for us. Yes, you're confirming that will be the case. All right, Dawa, is your team ready to begin the informal discussion and public comment portion of the agenda?
Mayor, we are ready. And as you said, we'll be alternating in the order that they came in between the voicemails that were submitted up until last night and people that are currently in our live queue.
Okay. And folks, this portion will conclude our agenda. There are no other action items on our agenda for tonight. And I do not believe we have a closed session for this evening. So we will it's 9 o'clock now. We'll go to 10 o'clock listening to public comment. Dawa, please proceed.
Hello, my name is Tom Casey. I am an Asheville City resident. Over the years, our city has seen what happened in Minneapolis happened here as soon as in voters, taxpayers, and basic human beings. We will no longer tolerate the behavior that has resulted in the deaths of so many Black Americans locally and nationally by police to ever happen in Asheville again. Black community members are not targets or punching bags for in-depth and poorly trained officers. Terrorize Asheville to find the police.
I'm going to go to the next caller. I thought so.
Hello, City Council. My name is Soren Pedersen. I am a resident of North Asheville, and I wanted to say a little bit. I originally got in line to speak for the Vance Monument, but I also wanted to speak more broadly on the protest in general, because it's nice to hear that the City Council has taken action in the context of the 8 Can't Wait campaign. There's definitely more that can be done on those 8 points of issue. But beyond that, there's more that can be done to make it so police don't have to be the first responders to every single issue. So the first thing is that a lot of the incidents where in the past we've seen violence from police on innocent people have been situations where the use of a weapon, a firearm, a taser, or other such items were not necessary in the first place. So making sure that either the police responding don't automatically reach for their weapon, or making sure that police don't have a weapon on them when they're doing social calls or other things that don't necessarily require that firearm, or as other members of the council and other members of the audience have said, setting up some sort of institution where police are not the first people to respond, where we have other people in other functions that are there to help support people besides officers with a badge and a gun. When it comes to the Vance Monument, a lot of what I was thinking has already been said by other members, but I just wanted to say that removing the Vance Monument and replacing it would not be the end of the discussion on this issue. It would be the start of a discussion that doesn't have to start from a place of Zebulon Vance and can start from a place of Asheville's strengths and work from there. And to put the Vance Monument in such a place of respect and power at the center of the city is not a way to start that conversation, but rather a way to shut it down and move it to a place of racism and intolerance from the start. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leo, and I'm calling to make sure that the officers who committed battery against EMTs are charged with a felony and removed from their position as protectors of our community because they have failed to do that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna move to the next caller. It's on. Caller with the number ending 6687. Your line is open. I'm going to disconnect this caller.
Hello, my name is Rachel Appleton. I'm calling as a citizen of Asheville and want to express my disdain and disappointment with the Asheville Police Department and other law enforcement who has told me that medical personnel and medical supplies on Tuesday evening. Could you please pass this message along to the mayor and her office and ask them to use their power to encourage budget cuts for our police department and worked hard and model of the community mutual aid and peacekeeping instead of policing? Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello. Okay, hi, thanks. This is Ashley Cooper. I first just want to say I'm disappointed that the public comment is limited to 1 hour. Normally it is longer, and with the budget hearing being canceled also, it feels like there's a restricting of people that have showed up to talk tonight. With that said, I want to thank you for your efforts tonight. You're clearly demonstrating that you're listening to the Black Asheville demands and that you're capable to hear what residents have to say and take quick action. My approach to change is revolutionary love. And so I, in my heart, want to believe you and I want to have faith in you that you're going to partner with community and do what the city manager has said to be action oriented. And unfortunately, my experience from too many years is that y'all say things right now while sitting in the chamber, and you vote and you make promises on things. And then when the cameras go away and a little bit of public attention dies down, a lot of these promises don't get implemented. Written consent took forever to actually get put into action. And so I'm asking that this time is different, that you actually show us fast implementation. I'm asking for transparency of the process of this next 2 months, but that you're really clearly identifying the goals of what budget is going to be cut, that 50% of the police budget is going to be cut. What are your goals for identifying what's going to be cut? What are your goals for identifying what's going to be reinvested in? And how are you going to engage with community leaders, not just the ones that you always talk to? No offense to any of those people, but we have Black youth that are showing up. We have Black residents that have never showed up before that are demanding that their voice be heard, and you need to be partnering with those folks. I also want to highly stress the Civilian Oversight Committee. Dr. Mullen was telling me that in the last 40 years since the 80s, there have been 3 attempts to have a civilian oversight citizen review board, and every single time it has not moved past discussion. So y'all can say it's a hard process, but what are you going to do to be the council that actually manages to get this process pushed through so that there is civilian oversight to hold the police department and police officers accountable? And then that money is transferred into the community so that we can have long-lasting programs that prevent crime, that our community members being a part of alternative emergency responses, like Councilman Haynes said, that there is support for Black businesses, for startup businesses, for youth development programming. And then also, how are you going to have accountability? Again, like I was saying at the beginning, we've got to see these things move into action. What does de-escalation look like? What de-escalation tactics were used prior to tear gas, prior to rubber bullets being fired, prior to other projectiles? We need to see demonstration of these great policies that are named, that exist. There's too much of a history of policies existing, but they don't get implemented, and nobody's held accountable when they don't get implemented. I also hear the chief mentioned about the reduction of gun violence. Does that include the police over militarization? Again, Councilman Hayes named the desire to have an inventory of what sort of military equipment our police department has. Councilman Young named oh, that's the thing.
Thank you. Sorry, that's our strange bell.
My name is Rosemary Puglisi. I live in Asheville, not strictly in the city, just outside of it. But I've worked in downtown until very recently when I was laid off. I was heartened by the police actions. I think it was Sunday when the new police chief and officers took a knee, and then it was afraid we had a kumbaya moment that was frittered away after the medic tent was attacked. And looking at the videos and trying to be objective and understanding police if they were fearing projectiles. I understood, but it looked like something out of RoboCop. It looked like a goon squad attacking, and those to me looked like kids that were not bothering anybody. I thought the police statement right after that was pretty bland and useless. I thought the police chief's video apology was pretty good. I'm not sure there are people who will buy it at all. It was a good first step, but it has to be followed up with some really intense community listening sessions. And I will get more specific because I think a group like Black Lives Matter or any group of I'm not a person of color have more right in standing on suggesting what should be done. But I think the police need to do a heck of a lot of listening, and so does the city. I was glad to see the city reimburse them and set up a more permanent medic station again. It's a good first step, but there's a lot of work to be done. I thought overall the police response was an overreaction to what was happening, not on the part of the protesters. Most of them seemed to be peaceful protesters. With the few agitators, some of whom, who knows how many of them were from out of the office. Please listen to the community. I love this place. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, we
Hello?
can hear you.
Hi, John Robert, Asheville, North Carolina. I was in attendance at the prayer meeting held last Thursday,
and was completely stunned to hear the mayor say that she doesn't know much about policing. It's my understanding not only did the mayor graduate from law school, but has a master's degree in public administration. Not to mention that she's been on council for 11 years, over a decade now, that included time during Occupy Asheville, where y'all were somehow able to deal with weeks of marches and protests without resorting to the use of tear gas on peaceful protesters. Y'all even accommodated a prolonged encampment under the 240 overpass without APD destroying people's tents or medic stations. She has also been a part of no less than the hiring of 4 different police chiefs, including Chief Anderson, Chief Hooper, Chief Bailey, and now Chief Zach. So excuse me when I laugh at this idea that she knows nothing about policing. After all that time on council, that excuse rings hollow. She knew enough to go to APD's afternoon briefing the day before her crocodile tears in front of faith leaders to pat officers on the back and congratulate them on a job well done. These two-faced actions are perfectly on brand for Asheville, a town that will have the police take a knee and then subsequently tear gas demonstrators. She's managed to learn all the ins and outs of zoning, development, and making sure that hoteliers like John McKibben and law firms like McGuire, Bissett, and Wood get exactly what they want, but admits that over the last decade of rampant gentrification, she's neglected to learn how the APD, the single largest piece of this city's budget, functions and how we might go about reforming it. I think everyone can draw a straight line connection between McKibben, who sits on Buncombe County TDA giving a press conference surrounded by police on the side of his gaudy hotel downtown, calling a task the members of council that he has bought and paid for, and the eventual deliberate and wanton brutal destruction of a medic station directly across the street from where this press conference was held. Mayor Manheimer's total focus on gentrifying and developing Asheville to the neglect of all other aspects of community leadership has helped contribute to the terrible state we now find ourselves in. She's already admitted she knows nothing about one of the most important facets of her job, delivering true public safety for all of the citizens of Asheville, not just the gentrified elite. This despite years of pleas and ideas for reform from members of this community that have been howled from the rooftops. It's time that we get better. It's time Esther Manheimer resign.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Mount, and I am an Asheville City citizen. I'm a voter, and I stand with Black Lives Matter. I am outraged at the actions of the Asheville City Police Department and Mayor Manheimer. I'm furious that a medical tent with donated supplies, manned by volunteers who are doing nothing wrong except for staying out past an 8 p.m. curfew. They thought they had permission to do as medical volunteers. I'm furious that it was destroyed. It was a show of force. It was not the city of Asheville that I know and love. And I think swift action needs to be taken. There's clearly a cultural problem with the administration of this city, and I expect there to be those people to be reprimanded. I think that Mayor Manheimer should fire the new chief of police. The statement he put out after those actions was hideous. I think much stronger than anything, I would have suggested that I think Mayor Manheimer should step down from office. It is very obvious that you are not representing the city of Asheville in the way that it should be. I urge you to defund the Asheville Police Department, specifically the $400,000 increase proposed for their budget in 2021. And that be taken and put into Black-owned businesses in the city of Asheville and actually affordable housing. If you don't act now, this city will quickly become a nice place to visit and no longer a good place to live. Look at the wage gap that has been created and the diversity and segregation in the city. There is no middle class. There is certainly no Black middle class, and there is no young middle class. Take a look around and think about the city that you want Asheville to be in 10 years. It's currently not being built. Thank you once again. My name is Lindsay Mount.
Thank you.
Hi, Hi, my name is Pearl Foster. I'm an Asheville native and downtown resident. I've got a lot that I'd like to say tonight, but my recorded comment was not played at the last virtual meeting, so I'm going to keep this as short as possible. First things first, you must meet all demands of all Black leaders in Asheville. And yes, as someone else stated, it's not just your favorite. This also includes the removal of the monuments to white supremacy in our town. Mannheimer must resign. David Zach must resign. You must defund APD. Personally, I firmly believe that we should abolish APD. As a native, I firmly believe that there is no reforming the deep corruption. You can also research how other cities are accomplishing this at this time. Please do. There must be a full-scale investigation into all parties involved, including city councils in action. Both your actions and inactions in our community's dire time of need are inexcusable and unforgivable. And no, just to clarify, not just the past week, I also mean your inactions pertaining to COVID-19. I have known that the city leadership was detached from their constituents for a while, but this is just so far beyond that. Y'all enabled and sat quietly while multiple war crimes were committed against our people. You allowed the use of tear gas, which attacked airways during a global pandemic against our people dozens of times. You allowed them to use a variety of other quote unquote non-lethals, including basically grenades as big as my fist. One of your riot boys shot one basically right at my face. APD must explain publicly exactly what weapons they used against us, an inventory of these supplies both before and after their assault upon our city. You must have a public forum in which everyone can explain to you what APD has done to them and our community, and all officers must be held accountable for their actions. Moving forward, again, you must meet all demands of Black Lives Matter. You must investigate everyone that allowed this to happen, top to bottom, APD, city leadership, everyone. Criminal actions must be taken. Mannheimer and Zach absolutely must resign. I'm starting to think that Mannheimer must be disbarred, but that's a different conversation. We've seen enough. APD are quite literally proving to you why we are protesting to begin with. People are already feeling directly endangered due to speaking up against these injustices. Do you see now? There is no accountability, only misrepresentations, lies, abuse of power, blatant abuse, and mistrust, such as Zach saying that they stabbed and stomped these water bottles due to them possibly being explosives. It's on every level. We, the people, will not let up on these war crimes committed against our community. I'm tired of living in a city that blatantly values tourism, hotels, not at McKibben, and breweries over the lives of our citizens. As Anita Hill said earlier today, certainly in a democracy, the people are more powerful than the people in charge. Thank you for finally letting me speak.
Hello, my name is Chase Miles, and I've been a resident of Asheville, North Carolina since 2014, and I'm calling to express my extreme outrage and anger and just overall terrible sense and feeling that I have over the police actions. The Asheville Police Department's actions at the medical tent the other night during and after the protests. The behavior of the Asheville Police Department was absolutely unacceptable. It was savage and absolutely made me sick to my stomach to watch and to read about this in the town of Asheville that I've grown to love over the last 6 years. It's not representative of how I want people to be treated, whether they're residents of Asheville or not. It was the most ghastly thing I've ever seen in Asheville by any public place. For private figures, I think there needs to be immediate repercussion against the acting and current police chief of the Asheville Police Department. To say that the first statement put out by the Asheville police chief was short-sighted and poorly worded would be a gross under-exaggeration of the statement. It was terrible, and it is not something that a leader of this community should be known for, and the statement was still reprehensible. He should be fired. I'm also very disappointed with Mayor Mannheimer and her overall handling of the situation. I've been down to the protest several times, and until last night, there were known as protecting protesters from oncoming traffic. I think after the events in Charlottesville and after seeing police in other cities to protest race, The city should be ashamed of itself for not protecting the protesters in a more proactive manner. Thank you for finally doing it, but it's several days to like, and I absolutely would hate to see Asheville on the headlines of national news for an incident of that nature. I think it's absolutely terrible that the mayor has not come out and spoken to protesters, maybe not been seen with them, and has otherwise been silent other than the press conferences from afar. You know, if the leaders of our town can't be held accountable to run this town the way that the citizens of the town wanted to be run, then they have to go. And I'm requesting that the mayor step down immediately as well. She should be ashamed of herself and ashamed to call her a citizen of Asheville. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Claudia Konijn. I'm a resident of Asheville since 2002, and I'm a business owner in both downtown and in West Asheville. I want to join my voice to what Ashley Cooper expressed. I think she put it very well. I don't need to repeat what she said. I just want to emphasize again the Civilian Oversight Committee, the need for that, and that the first call for that goes back to the 1980s after a murder by the Asheville Police Department of an Asheville citizen. And there have been several occasions since then that the community has asked for such a committee, and it's never gone beyond that stage. I am originally from the Netherlands. I have family and friends there and in other European countries. And many of those contacted me because the Asheville Police Department and their scare tactics against the medic station made it to their local news. And they were shocked. They pointed out that the medics acted in violation of the Geneva Convention. So I wanted to make sure that you are aware that the Asheville Police Department is not only in the national news as a, with a scandal, but it's also an international disgrace. I hope that City Council will take action to put into actual, not into just policy, but into action the demands of Black Asheville. And with, for me, a particular emphasis on reinvesting the money that's taken out of the police department budget and putting it into eliminating the racial opportunity gap in the Asheville City Schools, which is shameful. Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Kelly Sparks, and I am a citizen of Asheville, and I am calling to voice my opinion that the police officers at the medical tent need to be held accountable for their actions, the exact opposite of the way they should have been acting. They should have been protecting people, and that action could have put a lot of people in danger, and it did endanger the people that were there to try and help others. It's unacceptable. I, along with a lot of other people in the city, want to see them be held accountable for their actions. So please consider this at your meeting. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen.
Hi, my name is Nettie Fisher. First, I'd like to just thank Councilman Young, Haynes, Councilwoman Smith, and Mayfield for their comments tonight and for asking the hard questions, and I hope you continue to ask the hard questions. One thing I wanted to bring up was what Councilwoman Mayfield mentioned about Chief Zach's plan to restructure the APD. That absolutely needs public input. Everything happening in city council, in city government needs public input, especially from our Black community. That is crucial at this point in time. Chief Zach, I don't know if you're still with us, but you said that your goals are reachable. Those are your goals. What are the goals of our community? What are the goals of our Black leaders? Those are the goals that we need to be paying attention to right now. We appreciate the work that you've done to try to reform the police. We appreciate the work that the council has done, but it's just not enough. I, again, encourage you to listen to the Black Asheville demands. Those are going to be ongoing demands. There need to be ongoing conversations that we're having with these community leaders. You mentioned, I think, a 12-person committee. I believe that was for the removal repurpose discussion. Thank you for passing that. That 12-person committee needs to have, again, people, this has been mentioned, people that aren't just the people that you normally see. There are Black leaders, young people that want to be involved in these discussions. We need you to be reaching out to those people, whatever it takes. I believe that our community can be an example for the world, even, hopefully at least for our state, of what needs to happen, what change we need to see happen. It doesn't matter if the Asheville Police doesn't have the worst record. We need to be an example of how to make change happen. I heard reports of peaceful demonstrations, legal observers working with community members to de-escalate things that were happening at protests recently. That's the kind of policing that we need. It's not police, it's public safety. It's actual community, unarmed community members that are responding to public safety. So I'm asking you to take a transitional process to let us be an example of how to defund the police first, disarm and demilitarize the police, and then abolish the police. We can find a better way to do this, and we want our Black community, we want every member of our community, but especially Black voices in our community, to take the forefront in leading this discussion. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, my name is Matthew. I felt it necessary to call and say that I believe y'all know what you need to do, and it has to be justice for that rampant, unnecessary police force. This is what all of this movement is about, and I just hope that you find it in your hearts to act in a way that speaks to justice, which you were supposed to help keep alive in our community. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Thomas Belmar of East Asheville. Police reform is insufficient. Please explore funding emergency response outside of the police force, such as social workers or unarmed detectives. I was happy to hear the suggestion by Councilman Mayfield that some of the proposed new police initiatives be performed outside the aegis of the APD. I was downtown Wednesday, June 6th, and witnessed a peaceful demonstration in which protests were chanting against the killings of Black people by police and against police brutality. We were walking away from police with our hands up when we were gassed. Whoever made the call to allow the use of tear gas against Asheville citizens, whether that's Mayor Mannheimer or someone else, should be ashamed, and that person should resign. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mark Leatherwood. We are a mountain family. Do you have manners? Do you police in Asheville who tore up the medic station? We are tired of redneck cops. This is our vote to ask you. This is our opinion to ask you to please represent us all in these matters and make an example of the police who have refused to have manners as the citizens of North Carolina pay for their salaries. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kat Turbyfill, and I just wanted to say that during the meeting tonight, I heard our chief of police and maybe some other. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name's Kat Turbyfill, and during the meeting tonight, I heard our chief of police and maybe some others mention reforms and improvements that have been made in the ATD since 2017. And I'd like to state that just based on my estimations from the APD open arrest data, that in 2019 alone, Black people were nearly 7 times as likely to be arrested compared to white people. So that shows that there is deeply inequitable and racialized policing continuing to happen 2 Black community members. Therefore, I believe in the call for defunding the police and investing in citizen review boards, as others have mentioned and supported, community-led task forces, and investing in demands basically that the Black leaders and community members are calling for. So more is needed. We can continue, and that can start with your actions, I believe, as government leaders. So thank you for letting me speak, and thank you all for your time.
Hello, my name is Tyler York. I want to express my support to hold the cops accountable for destroying the medic tent supplies. Thank you. My name is Emily Truitt, and this is in reference to the APD destroying and attacking the medic tent. I think this should be punished to the fullest extent and fired from their jobs. They took an unreasonable force against people trying to help, had been vetted and given the go-ahead by not only the county, but the property owners. They destroyed over $700 worth of medical supplies, and the waters could have been used. It's a disgusting use of force. I expected more from our neck of the woods. Asheville has always been a beacon of love and acceptance and the goodness of God. That is in these mountains, and that was a disgusting display of everything that we are not. I hope the action taken because it was unnecessary and could have caused irreparable damage to the people and to the relationships between these people and officers. They should be on our side. That's it. That's it. We just want to sneak in solidarity. We want them to admit that there is obviously a problem instead of trying to cause us more harm. That's it.
Hi, my name is Paloma Burr, and I am a resident of Asheville, and I am calling to ask for immediate defunding of the police and the hiring freeze. This really gets down to basic constitutional rights. If people can't assemble, if they don't have the freedom to assemble and the freedom to speak, then we kind of don't have a democracy anymore. So people really need to be able to exercise those rights without that kind of intimidation. I remember a time when cops didn't regularly show up at protests and riot gear, and I even remember a time where there were cops in other countries who were unarmed. And, you know, I think we really need to look into those options, and if the police are not brave enough to go into these situations without firearms, maybe they shouldn't be doing that job at all. At the protest, there were a lot of things that happened that were really just really kind of beyond the pale. There was someone in a wheelchair who was arrested, and I don't need to tell you about all the things that happened, but that's really just, that's not okay. And I just want you guys to know that we're watching you and you're going to be held accountable. Thank you.
Hello, this is Sandra West. I'm a graduate of Asheville High School. It has saddened me greatly to see our APD destroying a medical station, and it is also very embarrassing because I have friends from all over the country saying, is this the Asheville that you grew up in? You know, it's not the Asheville that I grew up in. I please ask you to take appropriate action and make this right. Asheville is a kind and loving city that I love with all my heart. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
This is Matt Colombo of Asheville, calling essentially to urge and support the council members in supporting the demands of the Black community and any further requests that they have of you coming up. And specifically right now, I'm calling to urge the city to adjust next year's budget to divest from the police and invest in Black communities. 50% of the Asheville Police Department's budget to be invested in long-term safety strategies, including supporting Black startups, businesses, eliminating the racial opportunity gap in Asheville City Schools, and funding an all-civilian oversight committee with the power to hold APD and individual officers accountable. I've heard many of those things said by the council members tonight, and as well as the city manager. And I urge every council member to support these policy shifts going forward. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Muccio. I am a resident of Asheville for the last 10 years. I wanted to express my discontent with Zach and his actions by his police officers on Monday night before even the incident of the medical tent being torn down, which there should be charges for assault and battery from those cops, and the head cop should have his badge taken because that is illegal and you should never take down the medic tent. However, what I witnessed was Monday night when there was a peaceful protest of over 4,000 people in Asheville. All right was right beside the police line. That was beside the fire station an hour before the events that transpired where police assaulted. The crowd is somebody who, in the crowd was somebody who tried to set off fireworks. I went to a police officer over the left-hand side of the right line and told him. He began to follow me, and which was one of his fellow police officers pulled him back and stopped him. This was an immediate sign that the police did not want peace. They wanted to take over the situation and have their actions be seen and heard. After the fireworks went off from one person in a crowd of 4,000 people, the police responded by not talking to the crowd and not by telling them. This is now illegal. It is illegal and you shouldn't be here, but by firing tear gas into the crowd, tear gas, rubber bullets. Now you can sit here and you can tell me that they were protecting themselves. But if they were protecting themselves, they never would have pushed the line from the fire department all the way to the Vance Monument. They moved toward with packing Asheville citizens, and that is not okay. I will not stand by it. And I don't think that you should either. Something needs to be done. Officers need to be held accountable for what they must end now. And Black Lives Matter. If you haven't heard that, Black Lives Matter.
Hi, this is Reed Overton, and I am here to speak to you. And I just wanted to urge the city to begin divesting from the police and investing in Black communities. 50% of the Asheville Police Department's budget should be invested in long-term safety strategies, including supporting Black startups and businesses, eliminating the racial opportunity gap in Asheville City Schools, and funding an all-civilian oversight committee with the power to hold the APD and individual officers accountable. I urge every council member to support this essential policy shift and this crucial juncture in our city's history. On Saturday, Chief Zach, in his opportunity to speak, referred several times to the business of policing. And that really struck me because policing should not be a business or thought of as a business. it is and should be a public service. And it should not be an opportunity to earn money for the city by arresting people or citing people and looking for infractions to cite and earn money. When that happens, it like usually happens to Black communities and other low income and disparaged communities because they get stuck in the cycle of not being able to afford an attorney and they end up paying the fine. So it targets Black communities and other disenfranchised communities. So I do not want a police force that is in the business of doing anything. I want a police force that protects citizens and provides a public service. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Hi, my name is Devin Hutton, and I'm a resident of Weaverville. I ask that you hold the officers that destroyed the medic station accountable for their employment and actions against peaceful supporters of a peaceful protest. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jasmine, and I'm a resident of Asheville. I'm calling in because I believe that the deferment of the budget hearing is an old school tactic that we've seen other city councils use to weasel their way out of things. This budget hearing should have went down today, and I am completely disappointed that you guys will pull a last minute switch like that to suppress people's voices, essentially. I think you should clearly take a look at the demands listed by the Black community leaders and really consider defunding the APD by 50% and investing that money back into Black and Brown communities that have been most harmed by police brutality and police and state violence.
Hi, my name is Andy Lambeth. I live in the city of Asheville and helped to donate a lot of the medical supplies that were destroyed during the protests by police, and I would like to see them held accountable for their actions and inability to protect their own citizens. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hello, my name is Rain. I am a resident of the mountains as well. I just want to say how very disappointed I am in Asheville and how the police has been acting towards the protesters. I haven't been there physically, but it really hurts to see of how these protesters are, trying to convey their voice with the Black communities. And I also feel as if the funding should go to our Black communities and their businesses as well, alongside with the racism that also Asheville City Schools has been dealing with. And I think that's completely, that's wrong for anybody to go through in racism. And it should just cut the budget by 50% for APD. They really don't deserve it, especially of them destroying the medic tent just a few days ago. I always knew Asheville to be loving and accepting of everybody, no matter what they look like or who they are. And this is just not it. I'm just very disappointed. I mean, I'm really happy to know that you guys are taking action and that you guys are wanting to do this now. But I just really hope that, that this does get cut, because the police hasn't really been treating the protesters as well as everyone, especially our Black communities, with the utmost respect. And I feel like that should happen. And I'm very disappointed, and I really hope that, things really do change. And I know that this is going to be an ongoing discussion. I really hope that this stays an ongoing discussion as well, for our Black communities to be safe and to be respected, as well as, just accepted. Thank you also for listening to my piece. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ethan Marvin. I'm a citizen of Buncombe County. I am calling to request that the officers who were involved in destroying of the medical tent are charged to the fullest extent of the law. Also, I would like to see Police Chief David Zack step down because it is unacceptable for the police to treat their citizens the way they have been the past couple of days. Thank you. Hi, my name is Victoria Bailey, and I'm calling because I believe the Asheville police who destroyed the medical supplies during the protest held in downtown Asheville should be held accountable for their actions. I also believe that we shouldn't be using the National Guard for non-emergency situations like this, and I believe that the police should be defunded. Thanks for listening to my message. Hello, this is Laura Fisher Caudle. I live in Asheville, North Carolina. I believe that the police who destroyed the medical equipment and assaulted medics at a peaceful protest should be held accountable for their actions, meaning criminal charges equal to the behavior and destruction that they cause, including assault on those members. Thank you. This is Stephanie Ramos, and I'm an Asheville resident, and it's disgusting, frightening, and shocking that the police here in Asheville are capable of such violence and destruction when trained medics are trying to supply medical care for protesters protesting peacefully. It is disgusting, and our outrage in varying. They should definitely be held, and all of the cops involved should be held accountable for their actions in such a violent manner, destroying property that was deemed okay or confirmed by the city. So please condemn those cops for such a horrid act. Hello, this is Jeff Fletcher. I am calling you all to have a meeting, and I saw that story about the Asheville police officer destroying the materials at the medic tent. International on the damage it does to the city's reputation. It was considerable, and the sort of escalation of violence that's involved with that is I don't see why you would want the police acting in that way. It seems like they're initiating property damage and violence against persons. Just okay. All I wanted to say, I would hope, just some sort of better control or better policy on things. All right. Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Matthew McKean. I live in South Asheville. I've been coming here for over a decade. I've been living here for over 3 years now. I came here because of how much I love the city life, and what I've seen from police in that medical incident is appalling, to say the least. I have friends from Argentina to Australia and from Germany messaging me asking if I'm okay because of what they've seen people doing and what they've seen those police officers doing to the medics who are protesting, to the medics who are treating the protesters. They're not even protesting. This is disgusting. And if this doesn't get reprimanded soon, I will rally as many people as I can to ask every single person who's in office and put people who can actually manage those out of control officers in office. God bless you and have a great day. Hello, my name is Emily, and I'm an Asheville native. I lived in Asheville ever since I was a young girl, and I've looked up to our leaders in Asheville and admired the city for as long as I can possibly remember. I've been a part of peaceful protests every single night since Monday. I witnessed my friends handing out water bottles to those that needed it, giving cough drops to those that needed it, sharing stories and giving advice. I've seen this community come together to support the Black Lives Matter movement, and I have not seen the actual police department do the same. In fact, I've seen them do the exact opposite. I saw them with my own eyes brutalize the medic station. It was next to One World Brewing and Farmburger. I heard the claims that this medic didn't have the right to be there. And then I've also heard from Farmburger and One World that they absolutely had every right. I'm confused and I am hurt. And after listening to the chief's pathetic pre-written excuse and watching him have to look down to read George Floyd's name, I am even more disgusted. I want to still have faith in this community, but each passing day, it gets harder and harder to be a proud civilian. I hope you hear my words, and I hope you value them, because I value this community, and we need our leaders to value us as well. Please, please defund Asheville Police Department. This community is begging you. Thank you for your time. Hi there. My name is Claire Bilbao, and I'm calling in regards to the issue of the police destroying the medical equipment. I am very devastated by the loss, as are many in the local city of Asheville. And this has obviously made national headlines. I'm just feeling very confused and disappointed why this would happen. I've read that it is a war crime. I saw the video of a medic who was a person of color and who was very traumatized by this. She said that she was sprayed with tear gas. And I just want to say, if there is no excuse for this, is wrong. This is sick Democrats. This is white privilege. This is inappropriate rage, and this is just wrong. And the other thing that needs to be addressed here is how the apology was a disgrace, and it was this officer, and the emphasis he needs to be on Black people and people of color and their emotions and the trauma that they have experienced for the past 400 years. I am asking you, whoever is listening, and the police, there needs to be some extreme reform. There needs to be change. I would like to recommend a few resources, just like the one is a short essay. It's called Unpacking the Invisible Knapsack of White Privilege. I think that's a good start, kind of tip of the iceberg. Leila Saad has a workbook called Me and White Supremacy that are self-guided questions and thoughts. Anti-racism is a practice that needs to be put into action in the government, especially the police force. This is more than not okay. This is hurting. This is hurting everyone. And I know it is challenging for the police and there is raw emotion, but honestly, that's good there needs, and there needs to be more. So my main request here is just major reform and having police do the work, and maybe or maybe not, these guys should be fired. Now is the time for action and setting example for the world. We want hatred, racism. This is of the past and it is unacceptable. My name is Anita Linda, and I was calling to say that I support the Asheville Police Department. I think it's absolutely ridiculous that you would even consider of talking to the police when that's ridiculous. You need to stand by your man a little more. Hi, my name's Eric Donaldson. I saw the cops in Asheville. Well, I saw the pictures of the cops in Asheville destroying the water and the medical supplies that they could have at least just confiscated and give money to homeless shelters or wherever, but instead they decided to destroy it and litter and also throw down and harass the medics that were on staff. And I think that is absolutely disgusting behavior. And that's exactly what these protests are about. So yeah, I wanted to put forth my voice to say that this was absolutely unacceptable, and these police officers should be held accountable. Thank you. Hi, my name is Christina, and I would like the cops that tore up the medication in Asheville, North Carolina, to be held accountable for their actions. Thank you. Have a great day. My name is Ray. I just want to say, please do the right thing. Hello, my name is Joseph. I'm calling, as I said. I want to express my disdain and disappointment with the actual Asheville Police Department and other law enforcement who assaulted medical personnel and medical supplies on Tuesday evening. Could you please pass this message along to the mayor and her office and ask them to use their power to encourage budget cuts for a police department and work toward a model of community mutual aid and peacekeeping instead of police keeping? Thank you.
Christy, we're just about at 10. Do you have one more you might read?
There's a live
Hi
caller,
there.
Mayor.
Yes, hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi there. How's it going? My name is Paul Gladstone. I am a resident of Asheville. I live downtown. Like everyone else, I am very, very disgusted at the behavior of the Asheville Police Department. The incident involving the medic tent was very, very barbaric. And yes, as other people have stated, it has made international news. And yes, I denounce that, and I urge you guys to hold the office accountable and to oust Chief Zach while you're at it. And I listened in on your guys' meeting earlier today around, what, like 6:30 or something? And I just want to re-emphasize that from the things that Chief Zach was talking about, it seems like he still is not willing to relent control of all of the roles that the police have taken that they don't necessarily need to be taking. He seemed hesitant. Yeah, I think two of you guys asked him, like where the staffing is going to come from, for these social services that we would like to have in place instead of the police department. And it just seems like he's not really going to go down without a fight. Seems like it seems like his interest is keeping the police in charge, more or less, by beholding these social services to the police department. They need to be separate from the police department. They need to have social workers with degrees in charge. And, I'm sure that you can find a lot of them out there. It's kind of hard for them to find a job as it is, so you might as well bring them on board. And, I just want to, So again, I guess, the main point is that, the police are, they are not going to be quick to relinquish their power. And you guys are going to receive pushback. And, I hope that, you can just keep going because, too often, when legislators, seek reform, the police are very, very, very effective at pushing back. And, that's just, it's all a part of the same problem. And so, it's gonna, we might, I don't know, if you guys feel like giving up, do not give up. Do not give up. The police unions will fight back. And, anyway, I'm talking in circles now. You guys.
Thank you. All right, council, that concludes the open comment portion of our agenda, and it concludes our agenda. Again, what Christy was doing there was she was reading the transcription of the voicemail message left to us. And the rest of those will be posted in addition to the comments we received on the budget as well. So those will be posted either later tonight or tomorrow, is my understanding. All right. Does anyone have anything further they'd like to say, or we shall adjourn? Okay, we are adjourned.